welcome you all to this exciting event of EOSC-Nordic project. As Ilmaz mentioned, I lead the work package 2 that focuses on policies, legal issues, and sustainability, and we are behind organizing this event. This is the second policy workshop our project is having out of series of 3 workshops we are organizing during our project. And the aim of these events is to bring the Nordic and Baltic views to the EOSC policy discussions, and of course to engage with policymakers and funders, and to coordinate our views towards the EOSC development. Last year we gathered together in Copenhagen in February last year. We had a full house with 60 participants in the physical meeting, and then those who couldn't make it to the physical event were following the online stream. Today we are actually hitting a record with more than 120 registered participants. So if this trend continues in our last policy workshop, in a year's time we'll have 240 participants, and I'm really happy to see that this many of you have made it today here with us. Let's go quickly through today's agenda, and then I'll give the floor to our speakers. So now in the morning we'll start with presentations on progress in open science in the Baltics and Nordics, followed by a questions and answers session. You can put questions to the Q&A box that you see there down in your Zooms. That will be followed by a short coffee break, after which we'll have the first panel discussion on EOSC development and solutions to challenges. Then we'll have a lunch break, and that will be followed by our second panel discussion on Nordic and Baltic collaboration in the context of EOSC. And then we'll end the day with some final remarks. But without further delay, I would like to welcome you all, and I hope we'll have fruitful and interesting discussions today, and looking forward to that. Back to you, Ilmaz.
Thank you, Maja-Stina. Now we have first presentation, and it's from my country. Alexander Martins-Blums from the Ministry of Education and Science, Latvia, will make presentation about how we are developing open science in Latvia. Please, Alexander.
Okay, I hope the slides are visible. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I see some thumbs. So yeah, I work in the Ministry of Education and Science, and we don't have a formal open science coordinator role in Latvia, but de facto, I am the person coordinating most of the open science initiatives. Okay. And I am also the person writing the Latvian National Open Science Strategy. And we, as of now, don't have a national open science strategy. We commissioned a study on open science back in 2020. And now the draft strategy is complete, and it's been discussed with a small amount of stakeholders. And once we integrate this feedback, then it will go out for public consultation, hopefully in the next few months. And then we hope to have it approved by the cabinet at the end of the year. So our open science strategy it has a 3-pillar model. So open access, fair data and citizen science. And then as a lot of these strategies have in other countries, we have these horizontal areas, so requirements and incentives, infrastructures and tools, skills, state of the art, which is basically services which are innovative or somehow new that are being developed, and then of course monitoring. So I will go through each of these three pillars and basically explain what the current status is within Latvia, and then mention some things that we're planning in the future. I will skip over the open access pillar because it's perhaps less relevant for EOSC. I can just say that we are planning a centralized hub where all publication metadata gets aggregated. And the current thought is that this would be in the National Library of Latvia. And then this database would also be used for anti-plagiarism. So we would use this as basically materials for which we can check plagiarism. Yeah, and at the same time, there's a central repository, but it would also be possible for publishers to simply add metadata to this hub. So what is the state in Latvia of fair data or the data pillar of the strategy? So the study that we commissioned that interviewed researchers and university administrations basically came out with a conclusion that good research data management practice for many researchers see that as a burden instead of something that actually benefits them. At the same time, we have some researchers who are very good at research data management. We have no national data management plan requirements as of now for our programs funded by our ministry. We have no monitoring system for fair data, which is the case also for many other countries. Research data repositories are slowly emerging. We have no national research data repositories, but the Technical University and the Stewards University have institutional repositories. And then we have some, for example, Clarin has one, and some other field-specific repositories exist. We have been making some investments already in e-infrastructures through ESFRI, so for the ERICs. We do have some activity within certain projects. So this EOSC-Nordic project, we have the Riga Technical University as a partner. We have Open Air, which is quite active in Latvia, and some other smaller project-based initiatives within open science. And just last week, the Riga Stewards University published a vacancy for the first data steward in Latvia. I wanted to showcase this as a good example, and I will explain later about what we're planning on, depending on their success, maybe of having a national program. So what does the open science strategy specify for the fair data pillar? So first of all, we're introducing standardized data management plans, which we hope will be a minimal burden to researchers. We'll utilize international templates. Right now, we're looking at probably DMP Online as the technical solution for that. Hopefully in the future, machine actionable and definitely connected to our CRIS systems. Then also we're planning a Dataverse research data repository network. So each institution can have their own research data repository. And then there would be one central hub, which also serves as an open repository for anyone whose institution doesn't have a Dataverse repository. And then we hope that through the national CRIS system, this metadata gets connected to DMPs. Then for the European Open Science Cloud, recently member states sent in their commitments for EOSC. And currently for the partnership, we have made a commitment of 3.5 million financial commitment and 2 million in kind. But of course, this is money that isn't reserved yet. It's just our political commitment. And then the two principles that we have introduced for our data pillar are that research data should be open by default. So this is a version of the as open as possible, as closed as necessary, which just doesn't translate into Latvian, so we couldn't directly adopt that. And the other is fair. So we're also, there's a proposal for a data stewards program. and this would be the main instrument for basically strengthening research data management skills and also encouraging the use of e-infrastructures and tools. The current ambition of this would be 30 data stewards nationally at the postdoc salary level. And here I see a lot of value within this EOSC-Nordic or Nordic plus Baltic fora for mutual training of data stewards or data stewards experience exchange or recruitment of data stewards from other countries. I see a lot of value in this. So generally, the way we look at skills for research data management is basically there's very high-level skills which we will try to improve with high-level competence centers. Then we have data stewards, which basically encompass the middle, and then academic libraries sort of work with the tail. Yeah, I think of course it's not limited that each of these venues are only limited to this segment of the skills, but basically that's the primary instrument through which we try to improve them. And then we also have a citizen science pillar in our strategy. So Latvia already has a lot of citizen science initiatives. We have mapped already more than 15 of these, which for a small country is quite many. And they're very diverse. So many countries just have natural sciences initiatives. In Latvia, we have a huge humanities block also. And we have high-level political support also for citizen science. We see it both as an integral part of strategic communication of science. So we have a Research Latvia platform, which we use to communicate the value of science to society and get people interested in science. So we see that citizen science would be connected to this. And then on the other hand, it's also, of course, a part of open science. And as of now, we have organized several events on citizen science. And usually we try to showcase these initiatives and promote them to the wider public. So here I can just say that, for example, one recent success story is the Pandemic Diaries initiative. So citizens were encouraged to submit their personal experiences within a diary form to a database, and then researchers can use this to study how COVID affected the population. So what does our open science strategy say about citizen science? So we think that it's very important to involve society in all stages of the research process. There's a large emphasis on co-creation, and the benefits of these initiatives should benefit both society and science. So it can't just be data collection for scientists, and it can't just be some dissemination activity of research. It has to create value for both. And we, of course, incorporate the 10 European Citizen Science Association principles of citizen science. And we will be offering infrastructure support to host data for citizen science initiatives, basically because it's a large cost for some of these initiatives. And we will also advertise them through our Research Latvia platform. And then our open science strategy has a few miscellaneous things that are also in the strategy. So integrating open science criteria and research institution evaluation, nominating an open science coordinator, so making what I currently do in the ministry a more formal role, actively participating in various international groups and fora, including the coordinator network of open science coordinators. I'm sure Henrik is also listening to this. Maybe when she speaks in her session, she can mention this format also. Then also implementing a monitoring system, and we are thinking about using the open air monitor because it's too expensive for us to build something new. Encouraging research institutions to develop open science strategies. Then, of course, there's the open question of our organization membership in the ESOC Association and the mandate for this, and then some other more technical priorities. So one thing that is that we are developing alongside this open science strategy is a joint services center. So currently in Latvia, we do not have a joint services center for research and higher education. And our idea is to model it on CSC in Finland. And it will be a university-led initiative, and our ministry will just co-finance it and then be involved in the governance structure. And the objectives are to reduce the fragmentation of the service providers, provide economies of scale, and to concentrate technical expertise. And this is still a project which is being discussed and is still under development, but I hope that by the end of the month, there will be some public materials also available on this. We are very much policy learning from CSC, both on the governance structure side and then also on the services side. And then we would see that this organization would then be a member of the EOSC Association and also implement various international projects. And then this is a current mapping that we have for services within the center. So we see that it could take over the academic network, the National Research Information System, the Dataverse network, university CRIS systems, federated authentication, and some other initiatives. And HPC is still an open question, but not in the near future, because currently that is in Riga Technical University. Okay, so that is all from my side. And then if there are some questions later, then I will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander's questions, please put in questions and answers, and then we will all together have some time for answering questions. And now I would like to welcome Estonian Ministry of Science, Martin Eesalu, who will present their view on open science. Please.
Thank you very much. I will use the PDF slides just in case. Can you see them?
Not yet.
Okay, system is still working on it. But I guess the first presentation went too smoothly, so I have to make up for it.
Okay.
Okay, now my browser froze. Oh.
I can share it for you if you have technical problems.
Actually, I would prefer my own as I updated them, as it usually is with slides. My browser window for some reason is not responding at all, so I would like for it to. Okay. Maybe if I just try to rejoin the meeting, because the entire window has gone. Okay, sorry about that. We'll be back in a minute.
Okay, let's wait a bit.
Maybe I can answer a question that's in the chat while we're waiting for Martin. So somebody asked, what is the situation at the institutional level in terms of open science? So there are some, the study that we commissioned basically looked at institutional, what's happening on the institutional level. And it's a very mixed picture. And it's usually that there's been some initiatives. So for example, the Technical University introduced a data management plan template, but then it doesn't get used much within the institution. Then as of now, I think the big universities, at least, they have an open science section in their website where they put in materials for researchers and put some initiatives there. So it's kind of a piecemeal kind of situation with the existing initiatives. In terms of institutional open science strategies, which actually affect organizational practice, I think that is something that will still need to be worked on in Latvia.
Okay, thank you. I see that Martin rejoined us. Let's hope that it will be better.
Okay, so let's try again. I will. Okay, whatever. I will just share my screen. Let's try it like that. Maybe it's better. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll try not to touch anything. So thank you for the kind invitation, and I will also give an overview of what is the state of play regarding open science in Estonia right now. So I will just briefly give an overview of where does open science lie in the overall R&D policy context. What is the situation, and what are we doing about the situation, or where we are going right now? Just to maybe give you an idea where it fits. I think open science is a very it's a topic that can serve many purposes, and it can fit into many different policy contexts, and strategically it can be in many different places. So in Estonia, of course, the overall goal of open science in our R&D policy is to make to widen the access to research results and data, and therefore initiate more use or reuse, hopefully, of the results by not only by the researchers but also by entrepreneurs and the general public. But that is only it's a tool. Open science strategically is a tool, and the impact side would be to bring research closer to the society, and strengthen the impact of research and innovation, or the societal impact. Or these are the big strategic keywords under which open science lies in Estonia. Now, to go straight to the present situation, or what is happening right now, we have a green open access mandate for the publications only in the main research funding instruments. So the basic main grant system we have at the Estonian Research Council, and the institutional core funding. Those two instruments make up, let's say, something between 40 to 50% of the Estonian overall research funding. Those are the main instruments. There is no general mandate for open research data yet. Estonian Research Council does require a data management plan for the grant I mentioned before, but that is more, I mean, that does not bring a mandate with itself to actually make the data open, but it does sort of grow the culture or support the culture of openness. So the researchers, all the researchers have to think through what they will do with their data. And there are a few specific sectoral programs curated by me that do require both open publications and data, and those are language technology and digital humanities. And in language technology, I can tell you that we've had this is the small sort of open data kingdom in our R&D system, where we've had open data since 2011. Just to give you a few specific insights into some very good bottom-up initiatives that live and breathe the open science idea. One of them is Natural History Archives and Information Network, or NATAC, which is a project that brings together, among other elements, has built an impressive digital infrastructure for maintaining, curating, analyzing, and publishing their data. So basically, they cover for a big proportion of our life sciences or life scientists. This infrastructure covers the life cycle of data from beginning till the end, and then it goes to reuse, of course. We have the Estonian Scientific Computation Infrastructure, ETAIS, which is a joint infrastructure for different institutions, R&D institutions in Estonia, and they have very good cooperation with the private and public sector in Estonia as well. And the vast majority of our HPC and data preservation capabilities are there. And the University of Tartu Library is the sort of unofficial center of competence regarding open science or open access, as it was before, and has nearly for 2 decades been the hub of the best knowledge regarding open access or science. And we have more project type initiatives as well. We have Data Site Estonia, where we have open air here, and we a few years ago also joined Research Data Alliance. Now, the current actions, which is the most important part here, what are we doing about the situation, which, well, let's be honest, is not ideal in terms of open science, or is not very systematic. One of them is the overall renewal of Organization of Research and Development Act, which is the law for R&D in Estonia, which sets the framework for the entire R&D. So if we talk about including open science or open science mandates into laws or into legislation, this is it. And so far, open access or open science was not included in any way, but the new act, which will come into force hopefully in 2 years, will most likely have an open science mandate, both for publications and data. And when I say most likely, it's just about the wording. There will be a mandate, so that is not under question. What is still under discussion is whether to include secondary publishing right, and I'm in contact with Liber about this. Liber is trying to coordinate a sort of joint approach towards secondary publishing right. The overall strategic planning is another thing that is generally a big initiative, a big motion in Estonia in general, in all the areas, and one of those areas is R&D, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Those 4 are in the same strategy for the next 15 years, and there. In the old RDI strategy, there was a support it was like a sub-goal to support open access to research results, but it was not as a mandate. It was sort of like a soft mandate. So now open science will be there, and the keyword is to promote wider use of research results, as I told before. So those two elements I mentioned to you, the legislation and the general RDI strategy, in these documents, clearly you have a very general sort of guidelines or a general approach towards open science, and therefore a more elaborate document or policy is needed, and that would be the Estonian Open Science Framework. We call it the framework. There are many. I think what we usually call open science policy, it can actually mean a lot of things. It can be like whatever the level of the act, or is it a strategy, or is it an annex to strategy? I think it doesn't matter that much. Our state systems are different enough to have different solutions to that question. But in our case, that will be a supporting document to the general R&D strategy. And it sets 5 goals. I'm not going too deep into those, but one of them, of course, is that publications are freely available. Data is freely available following FAIR principles, which is also something, as you know, that comes from the copyright reform. So the awareness element, researchers, entrepreneurs, and the wider society is aware of what open science is and is reaping the benefits. Then the necessary infrastructure will be provided, and open science will be taken into account in funding decisions and research evaluation. So it's also all pretty. The core is the same everywhere, I guess. And also, just to point out that open science is very dependent on the infrastructure. The infrastructure is a very important part of it, and our framework will also pay special attention to it. It makes a connection to HPC, which will be under a separate action plan, but in coordination with open science. And the data management, preservation, and the necessary training is something that, for that goal, we have proposed an open science competence center that will build upon existing resources that we have already, not to make a new one. We already have competence and infrastructure, and we will make good use of it. And this will be it's still not decided whether it's a top-down or bottom-up initiative. Will it be led by the government or by the ministry or by the universities? But I have a good feeling about it, that it will happen anyway. And we have already, for over a decade, we've had the Estonian Research Infrastructure Roadmap, and many of those roadmap objects are directly linked to S3 objects, and therefore to EOSC as well. And those are bottom-up initiatives that are funded by the government. So just to conclude, we have many new developments in the general R&D strategic planning, and it includes open science. So I think that is a good thing, not to try to sort of take open science as a separate, try to separate from the general strategic planning, but to have it, to sort of make it a reality in combination with the rest of the R&D system, just to have it as a horizontal topic. and that successful implementation requires many levels for levels of support. And as research ecosystems go way beyond the borders of Estonia or Latvia or any Nordic country, therefore we need some cross-border harmony in policy, and I think we can do that. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Martin. Very interesting presentation. So, and now I see Per-Olof Hammargren joined us, because we had in plan that there will be Gudmund Host presenting progress of open science in Nordics, but unfortunately he was not able, and he delegated this task to Per-Olof Hammargren from Uppsala University. Per, are you ready? Per-Olof?
Yes, I am. Just give me 1 minute. You know, as we all do nowadays, we're hoping through, Zooms one to another. And this is also the case for me today. So hopefully I will be able to share my screen and to give you a presentation, right? So let me see if I can find the right one. So now you should all see my screen, I hope. And you should not see any text, you should just see the presentation. All right, so I'm going to tell you a bit about our latest deliverable within the frame of work package 2, task T2.1 within EOSC-Nordic. And as Ilmar so very kindly told you, my name is Per-Olof Hammargren, and I am a coordinator at SNIC, which is the national provider for HPC infrastructure in Sweden, right? I'm also the task leader for T2.1 within EOSC-Nordic. And I'm going to give you a brief update, or basically a brief run through of our latest deliverable, which is called D2.5, Open Science Policies and Resource Provisioning in the Nordic and Baltic countries. This is our second report. Our first one was submitted in February of 2020, and this one was submitted in February of 2021. That is like 2 weeks ago. So let me see if I can actually change the slide now. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen these slides before, but I mean, just to give you a bit of a recap. So what do we do within the frame of EOSC-Nordic VP2? We look at policies, legal issues, and sustainability connected to EOSC, right? So that is the focus for us in VP2. So concretely, what does that mean? We look at policies, legal issues, and sustainability in order to support coordination, harmonization, and alignment of Nordic and Baltic national policies and practices related to the provision of horizontal research data services within EOS, right? So this is what we are supposed to do in VP2. And what we do, as I told you in our deliverables, is that we identify and we map different types of policies, open science policies, resource provisioning principles, and so on. And we may or may not have, we do this in both a broad sense, but also, as you will see a bit going forward, so we also try to look at some specific issues at times. So, going back to D2.5, Open Science Policies and Resource Provisioning in the Nordic and the Baltic countries. This is, as I said, our second report. We provided an update of the state of play regarding open science in the Nordics and Baltics. Basically, what has happened since we produced our last report in 2020. We have done an inventory of different aspects of FAIR in the Nordic and the Baltics. And we've also done an inventory of policy facilitation of cross-border research. So I will now show you a brief recap and some brief overreaching results of our deliverable. Me and my colleagues, we have performed desktop studies of documentations, such as guidelines, policies, and so on. relate to some specific focus areas. The chosen focus areas we've had, that is policy implemented incentives for FAIR. I mean, that is guideline policies and so on, available in the different countries. Also policies for open science training for making data fair, and policies that involve open science training. We have looked at national levels, different policies, whether there are different policies for making other research objects fair. And as I previously mentioned, policy facilitation of cross-border research. And as you probably imagine, the countries in scope are Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Norway, Latvia, Lithuania, Iceland, and Sweden. So I will now move on briefly to a bit of results. I mean, and you're going to get general results. I mean, specific results for specific countries, are available in the report. So I was going to state that from the get-go. So policy implemented incentives for FAIR, right? Policies, guidelines, and so on national level or on a sub-national level. Like, why did we choose to focus on that? We chose to focus on that due to the FAIR in Practice Task Force of the EOSC FAIR Working Group. They have done an excellent report called 6 Recommendations for Implementation of FAIR Practices, where they then, identify areas in needs of further studies. And we, of course, we want to add value in the stuff that we write. We want to focus on the stuff that is articulated in other reports which are in need of further studies. And one of the recommendations there is to reward and recognize improvements of FAIR practices. So here I'm going to give you some key points, right, on policy implemented incentives for FAIR. So what, if you look from an overreaching level, I mean, what can you see? And this sort of connects a bit to the previous presentation, which I came into right in the middle of. That, if you look at policy implemented incentives for FAIR, I mean, you may have national policies, offered by funders. You may have local policies at your higher education institution, or you might have, it might be in the form of law, right? So policies do not look, are not uniform across our region, right? This also applies to when you look at organization, like who has the mandate again to do policies and to offer policies. I mean, you may have organizations with a national mandate, such as funders again, and in some of our countries, you also have strong higher education institutions, which also may, have a subnational mandate to institute policies. And this, of course, also means that, if you look across our region, you will have different stakeholders involved across the countries, right? It can range from ministries to HEIs down to funders and libraries as well, right? So if you look at policy implemented incentives for FAIR throughout our region, you will find a range of different actors involved with different mandates, national or subnational, and it may be, everything from a funder to a university library, basically. And the policies can have different scope, right? And this may or may not be to policies being in production on a national level. So that was one of the first items that we looked at. So within the frame of our group, we also have stakeholders who are involved in the discussions at an EU level, right? So they have insight into what would be interesting to have a look at. And making data fair, that also means that you have to train the people who produces data, of course, right? So we chose to focus on to look at are there some policies for open science training, policies from training for make data fair, or in general policies that involve open science training available in the different countries? And here again, we come back to more or less the same conclusion as for the last slide I had, that there are policies that involve open science training and so forth in our countries, but they are done on, on different levels by different actors. There are ongoing support, at the institutional level. There might be ongoing support partly within the frame of national e-infrastructures or research infrastructures. But there are also national drafts available in some countries, which touches upon open science training and so forth. In some countries where neither training nor policies, or either or are available, there is an awareness of the importance of this, and that is reflected in draft policies. And again here, you can have a range of different stakeholders involved. You can have e-infrastructures, you can have libraries, and so forth, also universities, of course. But our third item, which I told you about, making other research objects fair. This is one of the key items identified in the report, which I previously mentioned, 6 recommendations for implementing fair practices. And one thing that I focus on a lot there is that this is an area which is in need of further studies, right? Parts of the research cycle which are not publications of data, right? It could be algorithms, it could be tools, it could be workflow, and so on. So we decided to have a look in our countries. I mean, are there policies that actually deals with this? And well, this is a blunt key point here. Our investigation showed, or our inventory showed, that most policies do not have policies in place for making other research objects fair. In some countries, there is awareness of this. If you look at items such as research bills or equivalent, or some draft policies, which in a more general sense deal with fair. But a conclusion that we want to highlight here is that this is something within our region that is, in our view at least, something that should be looked at. So it's an area which is in need of focus. So let me go on. So moving on to our last point, policy facilitation of cross-border research. So what is this, and why did we choose to focus on this point? As you saw initially, we deal both with open science policies and so on, but also with resource provisioning principles within the Nordics and Baltics. And this is the section in our report which deals with resource provisioning principles. So why is this important to have a look at? Well, if you look at outputs of EOSC, such as the rules of participation and various open science policies and data policies, EOSC is kind of built around the fact that you're supposed to have data and you're supposed to be able to process data, right? So to be able to process data, you need to be able to have access to resources, which facilitates processing of data. So as such, we decided to look at horizontal e-infrastructure, such as supercomputers and so on, to see, in steering documents for this at the national level, is cross-border research or facilitation of participation in in different projects and so on. Is this a focus area? Also, is it a focus area for funders? Again, these are desktop studies looking at documentation, right? So some key points here, and this is also a key point to take home for the panels going forwards during this day. And that is that if you look at our countries, one country has a policy that mentions facilitation of cross-border research in the sense that the national e-infrastructure is promoted to international users. Right? If you look at the remainder of the countries, they have national policies, of course, or equivalent, regarding access to infra services, which focuses on researchers' national affiliation in connection to access to services. Right? So a conclusion here is that in the Baltics and in the Nordic region in general, facilitation of cross-border research in policies for infra services, it's not a focus. Rather, these policies have a national scope, right? And this is a key point to have in mind when discussing the Nordics and the Baltics. We need a frame of EOSC and what we can do within EOSC, what we should do in EOSC in the coming panels. So this was a very brief overview of our deliverable. For more details, the deliverable should be available soon at the EOSC-Nordic website. And that is what I have for today. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I didn't confuse you too much.
So thank you, Per-Olof. So, and here is also final, but we are a little bit out of time.
Maybe we can take a few questions from the Q&A.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. The first question is actually, I think, to Alexander and Martin, and it relates to the persons involved in making open science available at institutional level. Is it expected to be librarians, or are there new competence needed? Is it librarians going to a new place, or is it are the institutions expected to hire new types of competences? And if you have any suggestion on if is this going to require institutions to scale up these competences?
Okay, so maybe I can quickly answer about Latvia. So open science is a responsibility of everyone, from the highest level of institutional leadership to prioritize it, to librarians, to researchers, to basically also the research funders and all the stakeholders within the system. So we expect that there's high level political support and institutional level strategies on open science. And then we expect that the libraries provide some services, but that also the university administration and researchers themselves are actively involved in this. As for our data stewards program, the way we have currently designed the proposal, we don't see that the data stewards, that's a library function. Because we looked at other case studies in other countries, and basically data stewards work best if they are working within the faculties and they have field-specific knowledge on research data management. So for us, this is a requirement that we will have for all the data stewards within institutions, that they will be researchers from that field of science. And then, of course, if we have these 30 extra data stewards, then this will be new human resources to drive change within the institutions.
So just to comment it from my side, I think do the institutions have to scale up? I think to some extent, probably yes. But I think that doesn't have to mean that every institute will have an X number of curators or data stewards or something like that. in our case, I think the central competence will be at the Open Science Competence Center, who will coordinate the process of what I would call the training of trainers, or we don't have the full solution yet, but the solution most likely will not be that there is a data steward doing the work and the researchers don't have to do a thing, which is sometimes, I'm not accusing anybody, but sometimes you feel that in those discussions that expectation sort of comes up, at least from some researchers, and I think it's just unrealistic to expect that somebody else has to have explicit knowledge of your data. That's I think everybody has to, like Alexander said, that it's everybody's responsibility. But right now, part of the question was, where is the competence, or where's the human resource now? Well, as it is in many other countries, it's usually the libraries. And if our universities have made new investments into the area, it's usually to do, if it's about training, if it's about the human resources, it goes through the research libraries.
Yeah, thank you. A quick follow-up. We are running out of time, but will you expect that the PhD curriculum at universities will change in order to introduce open science as a new way of doing research? Let's start with Martin.
What I've told to the people responsible about the curriculums is that I think PhD is too late. I think it has to be at least MA, or it has to start from the beginning, actually, to really, it has to be part of the, a person growing to be a researcher. That's part of their mindset. To put it short, I think it has to start from the beginning.
Alexander, come.
Yeah, I completely agree with Martin. Saying that we as a ministry haven't developed any specific initiatives to change the curriculum to include open science, we have not gotten to this stage yet. But of course, I agree with everything Martin said.
Okay. Last, there was a question regarding the report. Per-Olof, would you like to answer?
Oh yes, yeah, and I managed to press the wrong button, of course, when I was supposed to answer the question. Yes, it's going to be available at the EOSC-Nordic Knowledge Hub under materials that is at the EOSC-Nordic website. Exactly when it's going to be uploaded, that I don't dare to say today, though. Seeing as it was submitted 2 weeks ago, I would say that there would probably be some time before it's going to be available there.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to you, Ilmas.
Thank you. So we almost fit in time. But now we have a coffee break. I will share a screen, and you see that we have to be back in 15 minutes almost. So have a nice coffee break, and see you back in 10:15 Central European time or 11:15 Eastern European time. Thank you. Have a nice coffee if you have. Hello, Damian. Welcome.
Sorry, I was muted. Hi, Amas. How are you doing?
So I will give floor to you just as we will start.
Okay.
For
Great.
introducing panelists and so on. And I will present these slides, as you know.
Okay, very good.
Good morning.
Good morning to all.
Good morning.
I hope my audio is a bit good because they're actually building a bridge down below from the hill where I live. So they're drilling with heavy machinery in the ground today.
Sounds okay.
Okay, that's good.
I don't hear the bridge.
Okay, that's good because it's actually quite loud out here.
So welcome all panelists. I see it's time to start. And I will pass floor to Damien Lecarpentier from CSC. He will present panelists who are now.
Thank you, Ilmars. Yeah, so I'll be acting as the moderator of this session on EOS developments, challenges and solutions. So the way we have structured this session is as follows. We are going to have small introductory pitches on a number of topics, which you see in the agenda. So fair implementation by Andreas Jonsson, requirement for service providers by Eva Koppel, service delivery chain by Lars Fischer, interoperability from Ilya Levinson and Anka Hienol. So we're going to have one slide per topic, and after each topic, I will ask the panelists to reflect on those topics and the issues that were highlighted. And for each topic, depending on the time, we may have an opportunity to ask the audience some questions. So you can write down your questions on the Q&A window, and we'll take them up after each topic. I'd like to start by asking maybe the panelists to introduce themselves quickly, so that we are all aware of who's speaking. I think we have a very interesting lineup. Let's start with Ari Asmi.
Hi, I'm Ari Asmi. I'm a research coordinator in the University of Helsinki Faculty of Science. And I am mostly actually working most of the days on European open infrastructures, meaning the environmental infrastructures in the ESFRI roadmap. But in addition, I'm also in my faculty really this kind of what was now called a data agent or open data representative. So that's the I didn't choose the title for that. But anyhow, that's
Thank you, Ari. Christina?
Hello, my name is Christina Lillamitz. Since November, I'm the Chief Digital Officer of University of Tartu. But before that, I was the head of the Estonian National Research and Education Network, ENET.
Very good, thank you. Sverker?
So, Sverker Holmgren. I am now currently the director of the Chalmers eCommons, which is essentially a Chalmers version of the European Open Science Cloud, if you take it very briefly. In this context, I could also mention that I am the Chalmers delegate in EOSC Association, and also a member of the Swedish Universities Reference Group on EOSC, where we coordinate our actions, and we have one of our members as sitting in the board of EOSC.
Yeah, thank you and welcome, Per.
Yes, sound also, yeah, I have to unmute. So my name is Per Öster. I'm director at CSC, IT Center for Science, with the intriguing title of for a unit called Business Insight and Growth, which can mean a bit of everything, and it does also. So right now it's the unit from where we lead and steer very much of our international initiatives, including the well-known LUMI, and but also things like Elixir and everything EOSC related. And like Sverker says, I'm in the EOSC assembly or governance, what it's called, and CSC is a member of EOSC also, and we were very instrumental in getting this EOSC-Nordic project also up and running, and have been engaged in these topics in many ways. So let's come back to this in the panel discussion.
Thank you, Per. And finally, Jan.
Yes, Jan Meyer. I work for Uninet as International Strategy Advisor, which basically means that I attempt to coordinate our international engagement. Most of my time, though, I spend on various international projects, and at the moment I'm very heavily in OCRA, so the Pan-European procurement of the EOSC portfolio of commercial services. I'll be involved in EOSC Future that starts up in April, and I have a long past in Pan-European service delivery at scale. So that's me.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Okay, I propose we start right away and with the first topic about fair implementation, and I'll hand the floor to you, Andreas, for a quick pitch.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, interesting, your first session this morning, very relevant for what I'm going to talk about here. So if we are serious about open science and advancing the Nordic and Baltic region beyond the global average state, we need to step up the implementation of FAIR and the FAIR principles. So in the EOSC-Nordic Work Package 4, which I lead, we have measured the FAIR uptake among 100 repositories in the Nordic and Baltic region. And the current state is that about 40% of all those data sets are not FAIR at all. And maybe even more discouraging is the fact that only a very small fraction, less than 10%, actually pass about half of the FAIR assessment tests that we have executed. So in order to succeed with the open science goals, we need common best practices for research data management. We need to integrate FAIR into the research cycle and make sure that it generates FAIR data from day one. We need to change the attitude and that publicly funded research data is private property that belongs to the researcher, and avoid that the publication of this data is being retained beyond reasonable proprietary periods. So in order to successfully implement FAIR and principles in a consistent and machine actionable way, and this is a very fundamental part of the FAIR principles, researchers will need active assistance by skilled support staff, so-called data stewards. So we heard about these data stewards this morning. The verification process requires different sets of skills and competencies are therefore typically carried out in a multidisciplinary team led by a data steward or several data stewards. The data steward is in contact between the researcher and a network of specialists such as domain experts and are involved in various stages of the verification process. So in the EC, it is estimated that 500,000 such data stewards are needed just in the European Union. This is based on the fact that for every 20 researcher that generates output, research output and data, you need one data steward. Nordic and Baltic region, we need at least 12,500 data stewards, something which is obviously far from the reality today. So the successful implementation of FAIR, funding, training and deployment of competent professional data stewards and data managers that can secure the successful implementation of FAIR data. Thanks.
Thank you, Andreas. Any quick reaction from the panel on that the topic, which again was also highlighted this morning in the various presentations?
I have a question about, do you see the screen, this presentation?
Yes, we do.
It's okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that this point of the skilled support staff is extremely important. Although I'm not 100% sure that, I mean, I've seen this discussion on data stewards from the beginning. Is that, do you think that this ratio of data stewards means full-time data stewards, or do you think that it could be also handled somehow by some level of peer support in the units? Because I don't see the ratio of what was it 32:1 to actually happen in any university.
Andreas, do you have any answer to that, to the ratio?
Well, the estimate is what it is. I mean, I think if you look at the production output of 20 researchers, one person will be quite busy in dealing with the verification of those data that are coming out from that group of researchers. So I don't share the view that this is an exaggerated estimate, although it is far from the reality today. I completely agree with that, but I think this is what we need to work towards, and there's a need for culture change and to realize the amount of effort that is needed to verify data.
I would like to comment that I think when we are talking about this topic, and it has been mentioned before, it can be a top-down approach, meaning that without the support of, let's say, university management or the governmental policies, it's not going to happen. I don't see how it's going to work from the bottom up, because to implement the FAIR principles, it needs to be funded. And if that is not provided, then from bottom up, it's to be done. It's very complicated. So I see, as Andreas said, it needs a cultural change in so many ways, and also stable funding, because without it, I don't see it actually happening. We will just talk about it.
So actually, a comment from me here, Sverker. First of all, I very much agree with what was said in this presentation, and this is exactly what we are trying to do now at Chalmers University of Technology, and we do have the support from the management. It's a decision and funding from the rector. So I would be happy to talk about that at another occasion, but a point here is that one thing that we are doing is separating or making clear that there is a difference between proper data management and open science and open access to data. So talking about open science, open access to data, and the change in principles for merits, for evaluations, for promotions, etc., that's a long-term process. And it will take some time. But proper data management, it should be implemented immediately. And I think that is important to have this difference when talking to researchers and actually at the local level trying to implement these aspects.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So you're talking about strategies at the institutional level, how to organize that. There was also in this morning's presentation the concept of a competence center, that would gather expertise. How do you see, and that's a question to the panelists, how do you see what's the best approach to support the development of these skills? Should it be at local level, or should there be a national strategy? And then the bonus question is, should we do something at Nordic level as well, or should it stay at national level? Maybe Christina, you want to answer that question?
When we are talking about whether it's I think it has to start from the national level. So, I think research and science nowadays is very international. So it's a good question. I don't know if I have the, I think we should start on the national level and then grow into this international part, because as we see from the from this presentation, if I was not mistaken, that it was 40% that was not fair at all, and so on. So we need to first, I think, get the from the country's point of view, things more or less in order, and then you can continue with the international work. But if we take a bit broader look, then we can say that let's say the big research projects like ESFRIs, I think there is the data management much better in place than in those parts where the research happens outside the big projects, because at the end of the day, the verification of the data sources will always be the responsibility of the data owner. So
Okay.
I would say.
Anybody else on this topic? Local, national, Nordic, or international?
There are raised hands.
No, I don't see the raised hands.
Okay, then I speak out. I think for the activities are needed on many different levels and many different flavors here to work. But one thing to hope for, I would like to see, I mean, also beyond this EOSC-Nordic project, is the continued collaboration, of course, between the national infrastructures and the organizations there. I mean, we particularly on this training and skills transfer, where I think it is organized on a national level, this kind of training, but we can improve it very much by just collaborating on this and just facilitate that people that are working with this are actually meeting and discussing and sharing experience and improve and share the material and so on can help this to improve. And that is easy to do, so to say. It's just that we support it from our organizations.
Okay, thank you. Now I see the hands. So Jan and Ari.
Yeah, I thought I'd chime in with some experiences from other areas. So I concur with Peg. You have to attack this at all levels, because just having like a national competence center without the local competence available, that doesn't make sense, and vice versa. Now, you also will need good incentives to do the right thing, because just establishing competence centers without people actually having the incentives to do the right thing and penalties to not do the right thing, then there's no need for any researcher to actually go to that competence center, right? These are people that also simply have, usually they have lives outside of work. So there's a limited number of time, and you can only fit so much in that limited number of time. Now, you also don't adhere to the EU claimability rules just for the fun of it. You do it because the penalty is just not good. If you draw a parallel with security, thinking back 25 years, back then, if there was a security incident, then the vast majority of networks and universities wouldn't have had a clue what to do. And over the past 25 years, we've developed the International Security Incident Response Team Network. And that also had this problem of, right, you need to integrate security everywhere, you need to have competence everywhere. And that was built up slowly and at all levels at the same time. And there were clear incentives for not doing it. And at some time that incentive was actually, well, if you didn't get your act in order, then you would be disconnected from the network. I'm not saying that you should do that with data management, but it's clear that you need kind of like a holistic approach. And you can't really say that, look, do a national competence center and it'll be all right. No, you have to build it up holistically and over a wide scale so that the tide rises everywhere roughly at the same time. That would probably.
Yeah, I think we'll get back to this question of incentives, which is, I think, at the core of the whole EOSC. Thank you, Jan. Ari Sverker, just quickly a statement, because we need to move to the other topics.
Yeah, just thinking from the local faculty point of view, the discussions we have is that you definitely do need the local help, and even more local than people think, that even inside the individual research groups, but also in the university level. But if we really, it makes things so much easier that somebody has thought about it before. And we definitely want to put our researchers to use any kind of international services available, and also in our own development, if somebody has thought about things or in different universities or whatever Nordic environment, that's definitely always a plus. And it also means that sometimes it gives extra sustainability and extra kind of believability for these things. And for these incentives, I have some stories, but I will save it on the later point in here in discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Ari. Sverker?
Yes, so one comment that I was going to make later, but I will make it now instead, so then there will be more time later instead. So I think this chain going from local to national to international is very important. I think all levels are very important, but sort of an elephant in the room is who is really in the driving seat here. Who is deciding what to do and what is needed. And there I think it's very, very important to actually then have the researchers and the research performing organizations in the driving seat. So I can take an example from my own country. Then we have national e-infrastructures, but they are university-owned consortia. So essentially the universities own them and decide what they should do. And then these consortia like SNIC and S&D can participate in international activities based on the needs of the members, consortium members. And I think that is quite important. It hasn't really happened, I think, in this international national setting before, but I think EOSC could be sort of making sure that there is a phase change here. So the majority of the members in the EOSC associations are universities. Universities sit on the majority of the data that will be used in EOSC, at least if the claim that the full scope of research data should be covered by EOSC. And of course, researchers at research performing organizations will be using the majority of the data in EOSC. So it's quite fair, actually, that the research performing organizations both take responsibility for this and also really sit in the driving seat.
I think, yeah, I think you're right. I have a point. It's to share responsibilities, but there's of course the question of the steering to make it working. Okay, thank you very much, Verker, and all of you. We'll move on to the second topic about service provisioning within EOSC, and I'll ask Ivar to pitch us the topic for us.
Yeah, hello. I'm Ivar Koppel. I'm director of Estonian Scientific Computer Infrastructure, and we provide technical infra services for Estonian researchers. So the requirements that one needs to fulfill to offer services on EOSC are actually quite logical. So services made EOSC compliant. It means it has to have owner and SLA and privacy policy. It's all very reasonable. The second point is that you have to have a mandate to provide services outside of your own country. So this is one point that we are okay in Estonia, and this is not a major problem. But once you start admitting external customers, then you also get more work. So you need to have international support. Then you have to decide whether to prioritize external users over local ones. And actually, this is all work aimed to the future, because currently there is no easy ways to monetize it. So I have to run my resources, I have to provide support, so I have to get some money, and there is no state financing for that. There are some Horizon programs about virtual access, but so far we haven't succeeded. So it all comes right out of my own pocket. And okay, it's a technical point, and here we are sitting on EOSC-Nordic, which actually works, but we are talking big EOSCs, and I have had one of my clusters listed there for over a year, and if I'm correct, I have attracted one customer, and that request didn't reach me because of some technical problems. So,
okay, thank you, Ivar. You're raising a number of important topics. I think we'll get back to the user base in the next topic. I'd like to pick the brain of the panelists on the question of the cost for service providers to provide services as part of EOSC, and related to that, the question of incentives. So how can we make it easier to service providers, for service providers to provide services in EOSC? What could be, are there any incentives we could think about? Anyone from the panel who want to take the, may I pick my favorite then, panelist? I'd like to ask you, Sverker, if you have any thought on that, how to make it easier for service providers to deliver services in the context of EOSC?
This is a tricky question which can have many facets, I think. One question is, of course, what is a service provider? There I also think there will be changes in EOSC because of the composition of the EOSC association. So a university might very well be a service provider in EOSC, and then universities might add forces, join forces at the national level in consortia to provide services through national infrastructures, etc., like S&D and SNIC in Sweden. So again, they need the basis in where the data is, and that is quite important, of course. Unless you have the data, you will not be able to provide the services.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that was an answer to your question, but at least it was a comment.
Yeah, no, you take it from a different angle, from the data perspective, which I think is very relevant. Ivar is coming from more the e-infrastructure type of service provisioning, computing, storage, which are also part of the EOSC, and we see a number of discussion happening there about how to provide those kind of resources. Maybe Pat, you want to comment on this one?
Yeah, I could. I mean, it is, as I can point out, it's a very, very tricky question. And we have been working with this for many years in Europe or nationally in many different ways. And of course, I mean, if you're talking about commercial providers, there is no problem, I would say. You go out and do a procurement, buy what you need, and they provide it. If we are talking about now the organizations like CSC, SNIC, universities, ERICS, and so on, that also not only provide, if they are going to provide services to not only to their constituents, so what their policies allow them to, but actually sell services. We know that we run into a number of issues because simply the legal interoperability is not there. The various organizations, I mean, we've seen this from our collaborations over the years with EODAT and in networking and whatever, that the issues for different organizations and the policies they live under, the legal constraints, make it very difficult to, from even issue an invoice to, so to say, having commercial customers charging for what you're doing. So it's not so easy that you just can say, okay, we can sell services and that's fine, because usually these organizations, we can't, or we are very limited in what we can do in that respect. So the legal interoperability is not there. And that need to be addressed before anything major is going to happen in this, on this, I would say. It's probably very much, I mean, if that can be addressed on an EU level, the one thing that have happened in that respect is the formation of the ERIC law, that you have a specific organization format for research infrastructures that regulates what they can do, and then they are also can so to say it's very clear because it's the same law in every country for what these organizations can do. But that, for now, it is as far as we have got on this topic.
You advocate a similar form maybe for organizing service provisioning from infrastructure at European level. So there is this idea also of what kind of customers should be served. I mean, if we see the infrastructures nationally funded, should they serve the whole tail of EOSC, or maybe just some types of collaboration? I'd like to pick Jan's brain on that topic, because you have also a background in commercial service provisioning and organizing that. So how do you see that, the question of incentives, taking into account your experience with commercial service provisioning?
Yeah, well, that's an important question, isn't it? So if you want to provision services to people that you don't necessarily have a direct relationship with, you have to think carefully through, okay, so what is the actual service offering? And as Per pointed out, you'll immediately hit the problem of what are you allowed to do? Why should scarce Swedish resources in terms of time, money, and expertise be used to help Norwegian researchers? Right? Isn't that Norway's problem? They have the oil fund, let them solve it. But it is a big, and then the question also is, the people that you're trying to provide a service to, are they actually allowed to buy your services? And I like their suggestion of using the ERICs to alleviate a chunk of that problem. But it actually is a problem, because regardless of how you put it, the only reason why Norwegian institutions can buy services from Uninet is because we're all owned by the same owner. So there's a legal framework underpinning that whole thing. And that's not necessarily there when a Swedish institution wants to buy services from us. On the European level, we can do this because we're organized through GEANT. But if that works for all services, I don't know, it's a bit doubtful. I know it's a serious issue. In the Netherlands, the NREN had to reorganize itself and reinvent itself as a co-op because the institutions concluded, with the current setup, we can't buy from SURF anymore without actually doing a procurement for that, which SURF might not necessarily win. So you end up in all sorts of weirdness there. But what I can say is, you asked the question about providing services to the few or the many. So if you want to provide services to the many, and I estimate that we're then talking about 150 to 200,000 users in the Nordic and Baltics, it means the service needs to be smooth to use, smooth to order. And it means that you have to, as a service provider, you have to design for people with better things to do with their time. They don't want to be using your service. Quite likely, they want to do research and then go home and have dinner. They don't want to spend the time after their research fumbling around in a not smooth service. And that has certain consequences. You can't do individual handholding when you try to scale a service to 150,000 users. That just doesn't work. It works in a starting phase, but as you scale up, imagine if we would have to do the network that we have per today, using the type of handholding that was required 25 years ago. That wouldn't have been too good, right?
Yeah, no, I like the idea about serving the few or the many, and that maybe there's a shared responsibility, different service offerings, which could be then addressed by publicly funded organizations and commercial service providers. I think there's something to think about here, how we make the different service providers work together to in the context of EOSC. Because at the moment we tend to think that a service provider by definition would serve the many and 100% of the researchers, but there could be indeed types of collaborations that are typically targeted by publicly funded organizations like Uninet or CSC, which maybe could organize themselves as ERIC to alleviate the pains that you have identified. Okay, I'll suggest we move on to the next topic, which is really following, continuing our discussion about the service delivery chain and the user base of services. So I'll ask Lars if you may want to pitch the topic for us, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Damien. I'm Lars Fischer. I'm with Nordinet. My mission is to work with the Nordic INRENs and the Nordic research community. So in facilitating a cross-border service platform that is mostly the network, but also does a number of other services, such as a Zoom facility we're using right here today. So this topic is very, very on point for me, and the previous panel also already touched on some of the key issues I want to address here. Sverker in particular within talking about this, the key issue of getting from the local level to the national level, the service provider level, up to the European level. If we look at EOSC, EOSC is promising to have this smorgasbord of services that researchers can pick from and use the right services for the right job, which of course sounds very attractive. But we have to remember that using a service is not just a click on a web page. There has to be the logistics involved. There has to be a way to make sure the service actually appears where the user is, that it is funded, that it can be paid for, all the things that we heard in the previous panel. So we have done some studies of this, and we have in particular tried to look at the fact that we have in the Nordic countries and in the Baltic region a lot of experience in doing that for many years, because we have cross-border institutions like Nordinet, which is sort of the aggregate of the 5 Nordic INRENs. We have Nike that serves the whole region and tries to do cross-border services. So we have some experience in doing this, and so we have looked at what is it takes to actually realize a service that is delivered cross-border. And the experience here is that it requires a complex and quite careful orchestration. There is both technical and organizational aspect that has to be orchestrated, and it depends on the interplay between many stakeholders. And we looked in particular at these 5 aspects of the service delivery chain, sort of the getting from the service provider through the national level down to the institution and to the user. And a lot of things depend on, for example, the kind of user communities. Some communities have their own services for genetics research. For example, there are services done by Elixir, and they are funded for a particular purpose. It works very well because they have joint funding. But then if you want to expand that to a wider audience, you have to be very careful about how you organize that. You have to think carefully about where is it you organize the operations of the service. Is it operated in one place? But some services like Google services can be done, or is it storage services have to be delivered closer to the user, and so how's that done? And you also have to talk, as Jan Meyer was talking about before, you have to think about the support for the services. Where is that done? Is that done centrally when you have a scaling issue, or can you move it all the way out, as Sverker was talking about, to the institution, so the institution can support services even if the services are delivered centrally? And you also, a lot of things depend here on the kind of services. Some services serve resources like classic cloud services that deliver an app or software, things like that, that are easily shared. Other services deliver scarce resources like HPC that once it's used, there is only that much resources available, so there is a competition for the resources, and then you have to figure out who manages that competition, who gets to prioritize how the services are used. Is that done locally, nationally, or at a European level? How does that happen? And then there is a level of, as Sverker was pointing out, there's a level of complexity here in the governance. Is the governance bottom up or is it top down? Who gets to set the direction of the service providers and the service federation? That we were really moving towards a federated space here. So all these questions are very important for making sure that we not only have this smorgasbord, but also can manage that the services actually get delivered. So that's sort of my pitch here.
Thank you, Lars, for bringing more complexity in an already complex topic. I think these are important points, and we should try to move away from the idea that you can click and use any service without understanding and organizing what's behind. And indeed, the chain is quite long and complex. Any immediate reaction from the panelists? I mean, it's really a continuation of the discussion we're having on service provisioning within EOSC, and also service user base. Anyone who wants to continue and take it up?
I can say a couple of things. So doing international service delivery is hard for various reasons that we already touched on. But there are some very good benefits to be had if you actually manage to get it done. So I started working in 1998. And at that time, it was actually possible to kind of like embrace all the technical standards that made up the internet and have some ambition of reading all of those. That became impossible in like 5 years' time, right? So the service portfolio is ever expanding, which means that the amount of knowledge that you need to have and competence on the national level to support that entire portfolio and build services is also ever expanding. So there's no way that you can keep up. So by banding together as a community, you increase the chances that you actually have both the richness of the portfolio and the required depth in your community. But as we already pointed out, that's hard. So conceptually, if you picture where we could be 20 to 30 years down the line, if we actually manage to move away from national service delivery chains and make Nordic service delivery chain kind of like an integral part of the toolbox that we all have to do service delivery, which includes institutions, faculties, which includes a lot of dynamics. If we manage that, then as Nordics, we are in a far better position in the competition on a European level that's supposed to be there. And that's strengthened by the fact that we have a political foundation that underpins this. You could ask yourself the question, why do we actually have an EOSC in Europe? Why isn't this happening in Asia or in Latin America? Well, we have the political underpinning to basically facilitate that. They don't have that, so their collaborations are even harder. So it would be very worthwhile, but it's going to require a change in thinking. And if we manage to get it done, then it creates a far stronger starting point, or far stronger, it makes us stronger in EOSC and in this whole dynamics of this open marketplace.
Mm. Yeah, good point. At the same time, I was surprised to see one of this morning's presentation, I think was Paralef, that the cross-border use was not really in scope in any of the Nordic countries, at least much less than I would have expected from a policy point of view. But you may have other experience also coming from the networks with Géant and Ordinet. There is also some strong cross-border collaboration here, but it might not be the case for all services and resources.
Maybe the type of service that you're delivering is actually important too. If you look at the network, we have to work together, because only having like an NREN in Norway that's not connected to a similar situation in Sweden, that doesn't make any sense, right? It's very boring to be the only one in town that has a telephone. It becomes interesting the more other people have telephones. So the promise that we make in Norway is that any Norwegian researcher can basically communicate at a certain quality level with any researcher anywhere else in the world. Mm-hmm. And that means we need Nordic collaboration, European and global. We've done a couple of pan-European procurements and service establishments, and very often they follow one of two reasons why we're doing that. One is, on your own, it doesn't make sense. You need everyone to be on board, right? The networking effect. The other one is, on our own, we can't do it. If you want to have a meaningful conversation with Microsoft, and you say, we represent the Norwegian higher education community, then Microsoft will point to the standard catalog and say, well, that's where it is. If you come as the European community, then they're willing to engage in a conversation. Still not too meaningful, but more meaningful than it used to be. And the same could perhaps go for, so scaling up, doing things that you can't do alone, or doing once what you otherwise need to do 6 times, 10 times, 5,000 times. Those are usually the reasons, the incentives behind there.
Yeah. May I comment to this? I mean, Nordinet is a good example. I mean, it has been working for now for well, it was an anniversary here recently, and the next thing is that we will see now deployed during this year is, I think, Lumi and the Lumi supercomputer, where we now have an investment from not only Nordic and Baltic countries here, but we are in total 10 countries and the European Commission in a partnership. And that will show a direction, hopefully, for further collaboration around this and what we can do with the common operation, because that will be a through common operation between the partners and countries involved. And so that will be the first big experiment of the Nordinet, I would say, if we were for this to take off. But interesting here also that we have this mix of commercial operators. I mean, Jan, you mentioned here Okre, and which is a procurement then of cloud resources, a number of countries and coming together, and a number of entrants, I should say, coming together and doing a procurement for cloud resources, cloud providers. And what is happening, I don't know if it is only in Finland, but what happened in Finland is Microsoft is now around and threatening the universities administrations that this Okre is just rubbish. It will disturb the whole order, and you should beware before you deal with this and so on. Even though Microsoft is part of this, but they don't want competition. So they have basically a monopoly in Finland with their Azure cloud for the universities. And so it is when entering there, it is a competitive world, and you see the resistance come from all over the place. But it's, I mean, we could laugh at it and find it amusing, but I think one should take it seriously. That they are big commercial interests here also, and we have that to consider also.
Yeah. Thank you, Per. Sverker, you wanted to comment on that?
Yeah, comments there. So first, I would like to bring the discussion back to data and support for research a little bit. And there, what I've said so far might sound like I'm skeptical towards national and Nordic and European initiatives. It's definitely not so. I think it's needed. But I really want to have the engagement and the governance coming from the research performing organizations, because that, as I said, that is where the research is done and where the data is used. And there is another reason for my argument here, and I think that is that, and now I might be fired by the Chalmers rector eventually, but this is where the funding is, at least in Sweden. I mean, there's a lot of talk about sustainability for data services, for e-infrastructures. And when it comes to data, well, a long-term perspective has to be there usually, and even a sort of an indefinite perspective. And then looking at where is the sustainability in the system, well, it is at the universities. Yes. So I used to work at a university that was founded 1477, that is well before the Ministry of Education in Sweden, long before the Swedish Research Council. And now I work at a university that is pretty young in that comparison. It's not even 200 years old. But during this time, the universities have had sustainable funding for their research. And this is, of course, where the data and the management of data, and also EOSC eventually has to have its sustainability base. And for that, the universities needs to be sitting in the driving seat. And of course, I very much see that there's different situations in different countries. Maybe Sweden is on a little bit of an extreme here in the European context, but other Nordic countries are in a little bit of the same situation, I think. So that's a comment that I also wanted to make here for the future.
Yeah, thank you, Sverker. So it's a very valid comment. Okay, I suggest we move on to the last topic, which is about interoperability, which is another complex one. And we have two small pitches from Ilja Livenson and Anka Hienola. Ilja, will you start?
Yes, hello. So my name is Ilja Livenson. I'm from University of Tartu, also a relatively old university. But in this talk, basically, I wanted to highlight the perspective of the interoperability. And generally speaking, interoperability in European Union has been somewhat treated along several axes. So the model for the interoperability is split into four aspects: legal, organizational, semantic, and technical. The EOSC interoperability framework, which has been developed sort of on top of the same one, is essentially treating the importance of the interoperability along the same topics. So the legal interoperability is something that aligns the legal systems of different countries. Organizational one essentially aims at making collaborations between two organizations in different countries as easy as it would be within the same country. Semantic makes sure that organizations or the projects or the researchers speak the same language in terms of the actual meaning. And technical one is about making it easier to transfer the data, to make sure that if you go from one service to another, that it's relatively easy. So these are general topics, and they apply both to the public governance and to research. So what we did in EOSC-Nordic was to take that as an umbrella. So to take the guidelines under each of the topics and see how actually are Nordic services applying them. So in these kind of guidelines are published and aim at different types of stakeholders. So our interest was from the service provider perspective. Can I have the next slide, please?
Mars, next slide.
Do you see this database or not yet?
No, we see the interoperability diagram.
Okay, so while the technical issue is being solved, basically we picked several services from the Nordic countries, and what we did was to do the analysis as to what extent they are aware or are fulfilling specific guidelines that are brought out within the European Open Science Cloud. These are relatively different guidelines. So they go both against the basic principles, but also go into specifics of the legal, technical, and so on. And if you can see on top, basically we have services that are representing computational ones. So Rocket from Tartu, Puhti from CSC, RTU HPC Center, and so on and so forth, including Puhuri, which is the service which is being built and addressing the access layer for Lumi. And what we saw is that the interoperability levels are not 100%, despite the fact that this framework and the guidelines and recommendations have been out there for quite a long time. And it's actually, we're talking about relatively mature services, so that the ones that have been in production for a while, the ones that are serving now larger communities. And to build a perspective, there is actually very little motivation for the service providers to adhere 100% to those, because the guidelines as imposed by European Union or that are aimed at motivating cross-border collaboration do not really have strong support from the service providers, because that's extra effort without clear revenue model. So I would like to stop the speech and maybe to ask wider audience and the panel as well, who do you think should care that the migration from one service provider to another is a problem for researchers? So what would be the incentive for the service providers to actually address the principles and to simplify the life of researcher?
Okay, thank you, Ilja. We'll take that question later on. Maybe we'll hear Anka first and tackling the issue of interoperability from a researcher perspective.
Can I have the slide, please? Good day, ladies and gentlemen. The disadvantage of being the last one is that everybody said whatever I wanted to say. So thank you for your attention. And that's it. Well, at least I'm very happy to hear that all the problems that the researchers face during the research process are acknowledged, actually. So my name is Anka Hienola. I'm from Finnish Meteorological Institute, where I lead the Open Science project in my institute, and I will briefly talk about this researcher's point of view. Science is conducted in an increasingly complex and interconnected global ecosystem where borders have no meaning. And in this ecosystem, collaboration, and especially cross-border collaboration, is the key to advanced knowledge and innovation. Although the researchers and universities, research institutes, funding agencies do foster cross-border collaboration in their strategic plans, collaboration that already brings challenges connected to the diversity of scientific environment. There are still several administrative and legal burdens that challenge the productivity of research work within and maybe even beyond European configurations. Cross-border and technology-based actually collaboration involves a certain degree of interoperability where collaborative schemes should favor common approaches. For instance, within a European project or even Nordic European project, the researchers from one country cannot use the resources from another country, like an e-infrastructure, for example. This thing leads automatically to an increase in administrative burden for researchers and an increase in workload because they have to find ways around. And in general, to be honest, adds a certain level of frustration. Such problems cannot be and should not be, and generally they're not in most of the cases, be solved at organizational level for every single project at the time, but should be solved somehow at international level in order to develop solutions to challenges faced by national research communities. So of course, each country has its own strategic priorities, and of course, and understandably, they are protective of their assets. However, this protectiveness in itself brings in the picture a whole new kind of internal border, if you want, which could theoretically be altered through policy changes associated with legal interoperability to alleviate some of the barriers associated with cross-border collaboration. We all know that there is willingness for collaboration. There are tools as well for collaboration. What is missing actually is a platform for legal and technical interoperability. Theoretically, the technical interoperability could be solved by European Open Science Cloud, let's say, but the legal ones fall maybe on the shoulders of national and European policymakers. But in the end, who is going to initiate this dialogue between the countries? Because if we want to think pragmatically, what we've heard in the last 4 years is that we have to do this and we have to do that from top down or bottom up, but we are still now at the level of we have to, and no steps forward were taken. So that was my pitch.
Thank you for a nice conclusive pitch which open, well, which comes back to a number of issues we've discussed. I see the the question of skills and the competences with regard to interoperability, the intrication between local, national, international levels, and the issues of shared responsibilities and steering. So you're capturing through another perspective all the topics we have been discussing. So that's very good. Any immediate reaction from our panelist on the complex topic of interoperability? And behind that technical concept, that's the idea of being able to use services from a variety of service providers in a variety of contexts in a seamless way. Anybody from the panel who want to take this up? Christina?
If I may start, then I think if we are thinking about interoperability in a broader sense, that I don't think it's going to be achievable in the near future. It's when listening to the presentations for the service providers' point of view, they need incentives. Let's say spare capacity is generally a bad investment, because if you want to provide the services, you need to have some spare capacity, which, and we go back, it's not only legal. I think when I'm listening it and thinking about it, it's a lot about how it will be funded and what is the incentive for the service provider. And I think it's a very complex environment where I think all the aspects have been mentioned several times. And I think if from the last presentation, who will need to take up the legal part, as I think Anka said, that maybe the technical issues can be tackled, but it's more about the legal part. I think it has to be taken up also by the by the countries and with the dialogue with the EC. And as I understood from Per, there is ERIC law is being established. It was, I think, Per, you who said that, which could help on the legal matters. So, but broader sense interoperability really difficult. It will take time.
Indeed, because it's a multifaceted problem. Any follow-up on that? Do you share Christina's I wouldn't say skeptical, but pragmatic approach or statement that interoperability will take time indeed?
I do in many senses, and I think that this discussion about incentives, also incentives for the computing centers, I mean, they are political decisions. And what I've seen here is very much that even though there is a lot of discussion about collaboration cross borders, and scientists definitely do want it, I have not seen that much of really push from the political end. So I mean, if you would have a Nordic collaboration treaty made by the governments on this issue, after that it would be very trivial to change the CSC, whatever tulosopimus, whatever this is, the contract with the government, saying that you get points by how many other Nordic users you get. Mm-hmm. Suddenly it would change quite radically your service provision because you have very strong incentives for it. But right now there is no such contract, there is no such mission for you from the government. Yeah. So you will not do it because there is also the legal boundaries because you're not allowed to do it. So it's, I think what we are really missing is the really strong push. This is also true for the EOSC in general, from the nation states governments. And if we have that, then that would solve a lot of issues.
Ari, you want to answer to that?
Yeah, I think Ari is very right. But still, there is, of course, incentives. It's if you go in particularly the CSC, then we can. But I think that's in general. I mean, anyhow, we are doing this kind of collaboration and try to participate in because it is part of the so to say, our mission for the Finnish research, that we should facilitate the possibility for Finnish researchers to collaborate with international infrastructures, participate in international collaborations and so on. That is part of our mission. So from that point, it is there, but exactly as Ari says, if it was a clear mandate, then yeah, it would change. The picture would change.
Okay, thank you. Christina?
I would like to comment something that Ari said, that if there would be an incentive, a political one, that let's say how many researchers use some other countries' resources, I would be very careful with this, because it might there might be a unhealthy competition going on. Because to be honest, if you look at the national research providers, let's say in Estonian point of view, the HPC, the local researchers pay for the services as well. So if another service provider tries to get the research to, let's say, calculate on that infrastructure, I wouldn't say that it will benefit in the long term, because then we are starting really to compete in a not healthy and forward-looking way, in my opinion. So it might happen. I just one of the thoughts that came to my mind.
Okay. Thank you. Jan, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, just a thought. I mean, I agree with if you have a clear political mandate, it makes the whole thing a lot easier with interop and all that. But when you think about interoperability from a researcher's point of view, so I wrote in the Q&A that to me EOSC is basically like a marketplace, right? It's a shared governance area, a commons, if you wish, and there's going to be a lot of dynamics in there. And if we as Nordic Baltic community care about interoperability of whatever services, well, standardization is usually one way to get that done, especially if it's combined with certain legal incentives. Why did car engines become cleaner? Not because we all wanted it, but because the government said that it needed to be done. Now, in EOSC, there are going to be interoperability standards defined on all types of different levels. And we need to make very sure that our perspectives are actually taken into account there, also down to the nitty-gritty detail. One thing that we have to be very aware of is the difference in attitude towards how you actually pay for services. As far as I can tell, in the Nordics, it's quite common that institutions have to actually pay for services, so they get invoiced. In Southern Europe, not much so. They basically get a lump sum from the government. And that's a radically different approach that trickles all the way down to various interoperability standards.
Yeah. So maybe you should start with interoperability at the Nordic level, which
it would probably, well, it's a far more manageable problem space. We quite likely far better aligned. There are existing collaborations happening. There's a long history, and you have a lot less stakeholders that can make life complicated.
And I would say that there is also a stronger political will within the Nordic collaboration, also from the
yeah, an easier political will in any case. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have a bit of a last question. We still have 5 minutes. I don't see open question from the audience. I see comments from René and Adil, but no direct questions. But
actually, there's quite a few in the okay,
then I'm looking at the wrong window, or
in the bottom of the screen is Q&A.
Yeah, I see open. So I see a comment from Adil about advertising the success of collaboration work would help. Agreed. Then from Catherine answering some previous comments about data management, referring to Sverker's. Then I see a number of comments from Belso, which I think is René Belso, but some skepticism about the whole idea of EOSC and collaborations, which I understand. And then I see a last comment about, which I'd be happy to take up. Do you foresee a future where local national service providers convert into non-national service providers? I would maybe need some extra clarification on that one, but that's from Anonymous. So I'm afraid I can't track that. Yeah, if I would like to end up on the Nordic dimension and to ask each panelist for a very straightforward answer on the following question: do you see any added value in working, organizing ourselves towards EOSC at Nordic level? So is there a life basically beyond EOSC-Nordic? Who wants to take this? We have 3 minutes for the whole panel. Ari, since you're on my screen, I'll, yep.
I think just these issues which were mentioned about the cultural and also the smaller problem space and so on. I see a lot of possibility for this. Of course, will it be funded by the EC, but I could even see a Nordic funded program for this one, because there is a clear scientific benefit for the collaboration between the countries. We even have similar scientific and environmental problems.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think you should talk about the Nordic Baltic collaboration here.
Yes, in my coming from France, Nordic may include the Baltics.
Yeah, something up there.
North of Belgium. Yeah, of course, yeah, Nordic, Baltic. Yeah. Per, what's your?
Definitely, I think from all things that we're already doing together, it proves that it is a way. And we also see some aspects here also from legal systems and the already collaborations between the governments makes this easier. and it's a good base for this type of collaboration, definitely.
Christina?
I agree with Per and Ari, and I think all the other panelists as well, that the collaboration that we are already doing in EOSC-Nordic, it has proven that it's possible. So, and definitely we will continue it. You asked whether it's, beyond EOSC in general. Definitely it's beyond. And I think the Baltic and Nordics work very well together. We have, I think, one of the strongest points that we understand each other. So we in a sense, we speak the same language, which is a big advantage doing collaboration and projects together. So from my point of view, I really see a strong future, and I see a lot of people are working towards making it happen. So I think we have a lot of success factors to succeed. So keep up the good work.
Yeah. Sverker?
So you asked a yes or no question. So the short answer is yes. I can elaborate a little bit. So I think what we can do in the Nordics, and including then the Baltics, is to look at the hard issues when it comes to this type of collaboration. So what is really researchers needing? Well, they are needing agreements on the level of service provisioning, of course. How can that actually be done across borders? That has been discussed a lot. How can data be shared across borders? What type of business model should be used on the Nordic level for these issues? What should the governance be, and who should be engaged and take responsibility? And there I repeat my main message today, that it's very important to get the research performing organizations on board, both to take responsibility and to sit in the driving seat. But I think in the Nordics plus Baltics, there is an opportunity to do this. It's much harder on the European level. So at least it will take longer time at the European level. And if we have one common view, one common voice, the Nordics plus Baltics can make a huge impression, I think, on the European level. Much more than the individual countries and adding up those impressions. I would think it's very important to do this.
Yeah, it was a bit the rationale behind the whole EOSC-Nordic project, indeed. Jan, to conclude.
Yes, well, what can I add to my illustrious predecessors in the... I can only agree. Europe is big. What did a Danish minister say once? There are two types of countries in Europe. Those that are small countries and those that have yet to understand that they are small countries. So Europe is big. Individually, we're all relatively small, but aggregate, we're actually an interesting size, right? We're big enough collectively to make an impact, to get impressive stuff done, but still small enough and apparently linked together by enough of a common culture, way of working, political ambitions, societal ambitions. It's close enough that we can do really useful stuff together, have a reason to do that and a willingness to do that. And apparently we actually make it work. And still small enough to not end up in the typical situation that you often have in the EU, where the different stakeholders are just too far apart. And it seems that we don't have that. So I agree, it's a great opportunity and we really, really should do that, because there's the other side. If we don't, then there will be others that determine what the EOSC universe is going to look like for us. And personally, I just don't like that.
Okay, thank you, Jan, and thank you all.
May I add that it looks like the choice of the timing of the lunch break looks like a nice Nordic-Baltic compromise in itself. So I think we are good.
Thank you all for this panel. We end here this session. And indeed, that's the lunch break. It's still a bit early for the French, though, so you still have to make a bit of some progress here. Thank you again, and we'll be back in an hour. Is that it, in Mars?
Yeah, thank you for nice discussion. I'm very happy here from Riga to listen what is going on. It came to my mind that maybe we can arrange some Nordic-Baltic research union, researchers union, or something like this, common to European Union. Okay, thank you. So we should be back in in 1 hour. I will share my screen now. You see, I hope so. And from Central European time, it is 11:30 up to 12:30, but in Eastern European time, it is 12:30 to 1:30. So thank you and see you back in our workshop. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you. Bye.
So now all the panelists are here. Welcome.
Hello, I'm going to put the shutters down. So I'm on my iPad. So the connection might be a little itchy on this because I would, to connect to the Commission Zoom, because we have our own version of Zoom, I need the password and the ID, but it's fine. I think it should be fine if you can hear me. Just put the
we can hear you well, at least at the moment.
You can, yeah, okay, good. All right.
Okay, before we start, I thought I would, you've seen the topics that I sent you, but also there will be 3 brief presentations before the panel, and I will allow you just to make some comments for each of them. I will not present the presenters, but I will present you before the session starts.
So I see it's time to restart our workshop. This will be the second panel. I will pass floor to Troils, who will lead this panel.
Yes, thank you very much, Ilmaz. So the point of this discussion is to discuss Nordic and Baltic collaboration in the context of EOSC. We have touched upon it in the other sessions, but hopefully we can get some steps further in this. We have a long tradition of working together and have experiences, good and bad, which I believe we could help implement EOSC. In the panel today, we have Alexander Martin Blooms from the Ministry of Education and Science of the Republic of Latvia. You have already seen him in the opening session. Then we have Henriika Mustajoki, the Federation of Finnish Learned Societies. We have John Ranner Hansen, the chair of the board of the Danish e-infrastructure collaboration. We have Lina Maria Munnari, which is deputy head of unit for DD Connect of the European Commission. And finally, we have Wilhelm Wilmark, who is member of the board of directors on the EOSC AESL-BL, I think it is, the EOSC Association. Anyway, welcome to you all. And I would like to start with 3 brief presentations, and I will allow the panel to comment on the presentations. First is, I believe, is Maja-Stina. Welcome, Maja-Stina.
Yes.
And you have the floor.
Thank you, Charles. Hello, everybody. We already met in the morning, but I'll present myself once more. My name is Maja-Stina Arvola. I'm with CSC, and in EOSC-Nordic, I lead work package 2, which focuses on policies, legal issues, and sustainability, and is behind organizing this event today. I'll try to share my screen. So the topic of this panel discussion is Nordic and Baltic collaboration beyond the EOSC-Nordic project. Just briefly, a reminder of the project. We have 10 countries involved, the Nordic countries, Baltic countries, and Germany and Netherlands, of which we have 24 participants, participating organizations. But this is most likely familiar to you already. Going to the topic of today, EOSC-Nordic project was started in September 2019, and it will go on until August 22. And of course, the aim of the project is to facilitate the coordination of EOSC relevant initiatives within the Nordic and Baltic countries, but also to exploit synergies to achieve greater harmonization in policies and service provisioning across these countries. When we speak about sustainability of EOSC-Nordic or Nordic and Baltic collaboration beyond the EOSC-Nordic project, we need to remember that sustainability in this context, in EOSC-Nordic context, is a twofold task. So firstly, we talk about issues that are related to EOSC sustainability, such as funding models, business models, and strategies related to those. And the aim of this project is to regularly discuss these issues with policymakers and funding authorities. And well, this workshop is one venue to do that. But then on the other hand, sustainability in EOSC-Nordic context means also that we are producing a sustainability plan that will be used to present firstly the EOSC value proposition, but it will also propose recommendations for sustaining the collaboration in the context of EOSC. So when we talk about Nordic and Baltic collaboration, of course, we are not talking only about EOSC-Nordic project. It extends beyond this project. And today's discussion will focus on analyzing the added benefits of Nordic and Baltic collaboration and the role of Nordic and Baltic collaboration, particularly, but not only, the discussion on policies, legal issues, and sustainability. As in the morning session, we already touched upon, for example, service provisioning cross borders. But we will discuss these in the context of EOSC, so beyond the EOSC-Nordic project. It has already been mentioned many times that Nordic and Baltic collaboration has a long history. In the morning session, we heard many statements on why collaboration in Nordic and Baltic context may be easy to achieve, and part of this is the long history we have here. But the aim here is to discuss what added value does this collaboration bring or can bring to the developments of EOSC. Then on the other hand, which elements of this project are such that they need attention on regional level also after and beyond the project, or are there such things in your view? Then on the other hand, earlier today we heard that legislative interoperability is one of the big issues that needs to be taken to a certain level in order to have efficient cross-border collaboration. So what kind of legislative harmonization there needs to be in order for EOSC to work, and does the Nordic and Baltic coordination have a role in this? I will, with these words, give the floor to the next introductory speakers, unless the panelists have questions at this point.
Do you have a remark from the panelist, or you don't have to? We can wait. Okay. Well, thank you, Christina. And now, Lars Fischer, please continue.
Yes, thank you, Troels, and thank you, Christina, for setting the theme here. We've already met earlier today. I'm still Lars Fischer with Nordinet, and I do international relations and international projects at Nordinet, and particularly facilitate Nordic collaboration. So let me share this one. You should see some slides. Are they up, Troels? Good, thank you. So, as mentioned earlier, we have a long tradition of collaboration in both the infrastructures and research in the Nordic countries. In order to understand better how to implement EOSC locally and how to do more collaboration between the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries, we decided to do a study on past and present collaborations. We did that in a case-based approach. We picked a number of collaboration. We took a wide range of things, from a pure infrastructure like Nordinet, a research infrastructure like the European Spallation Source, a collaboration to devise the computing infrastructure for a new instrument coming up like IceCAD. We took NIC, we took the Baltic Grid, a past grid project. We took a past HPC collaboration, and we took a policy initiatives like the Nordic Program on Health and Welfare. And we studied those and tried to extract from that some lessons that we can be learned about how collaborations work, or maybe how they don't work. And we also looked at what are implications for EOSC of this. So what we found is that there are a number of things that shape how the collaborations act and how they take place. Governance has a big impact on driving the collaboration, and governance can be everything from very bottom up, driven by individual researchers and countries needing to collaborate on a certain topic, all the way to forming a incorporated entity like Nordinet, where you have formal shareholders and boards and governance and all of that in place. So there's a lot of ways of doing that. There's a lot of ways of getting the stakeholders involved and having the researchers shape the collaboration, as Sverker Holmgren was mentioning earlier today. There's also very much what are the kinds of resources we are sharing, and how is the resource sharing done. Very much influences how the collaboration is happening. Anything from is it just purely data being shared, things that can be copied as many times as you want, or is it expendable resources like HPC, CPU hours, where there is competition. Then there's a level of coordination and policy harmonization. How is that done? Is it done at all? You can have a collaboration that where each country institution goes on and do things the way they always do with their own policies, and then collaborate based on that, all the way to forming completely joint policies and coordinating how you act towards the rest of the world. For example, Nordinet, the Nordic countries, the Nordic Inrans have decided to have a joint body where they agree on policy towards wider European network collaboration. So that happens at a Nordic level. There's again a range of ways to do that. And then cross-border funding, do we form a joint institution to pool the resources, buy a resource that we can then share? Is there a mechanism for transferring funding, or does each researcher bring their own resources paid for with national funding to the table, and then do not have cross-border funding? So those also shape the collaboration. And so there's some implications for EOSC here. EOSC will have to, we believe, exist with many types of coexisting types of governance. There will be the sharing of jointly funded resources, and there will also be sharing of national resources, and we have probably to incorporate both in order to engage the institutions, as Sverker was saying earlier today. There's implication of harmonization of licensing and third-party access. I'll come back to that a little bit. It is clear that sensitive and health data is a critical issue for EOSC, because there's a lot of things we want to do that involve GDPR and sensitive data, and that is a challenge to handle. And it is a real challenge to do cross-border funding of consumable resources. So that is an area where something has to be done. So looking at those lessons learned and what we think implications, we tried to look at what are recommendations we can make to improve Nordic and Baltic collaborations, and then through that also improving how EOSC is implemented and going to operate. So the first of those is that we believe that focusing on licensing is very important. It is not reasonable that each researcher or research team has to sit and deal with how to license data or how to make sure the licensing is correct. There has to be task forces or national bodies that help making that happen. We talked about data stewards before, and that is part of the support infrastructure maybe for that. Related to that is that it also has to deal with third parties. There's a lot of talk in the rule for participation for EOSC about how providers and users are expected to handle data. And that has to extend to also third parties outside the European Union, because, as was mentioned earlier by Anka, there are no borders for research, and there will be non-European partners in research projects. So that has to be handled. A second recommendation is to develop a better common understanding of sensitive data and how to handle it and share it and do research across borders on it. Probably the Nordic and Baltic countries are well suited for that, because we have sort of, as was mentioned earlier, a joint will to advance some of these things. So it should be possible. We see that currently the situation is that much of health data, in particular clinical data, is siloed in many different institutions with many different data owners, with no joint policy or no coordination of sharing initiatives and so on and so forth. You know, if we look at the legal interoperability for fair data principles, we can see that even though data could legally be shared, there's lots of barriers based on local policy of siloing. That means that data aren't shared, even though it should be possible. So understanding this area better and developing a culture of sharing where possible would really benefit Nordic and Baltic research. We believe it's important that our initiatives center the research collaboration. The EOSC rule for participation talks about aligning services under the EOSC architecture and having them interoperate. We believe it's very important that when we do all these things, we all the time remember that it is really about sharing data and allowing researchers to share the data they have and to jointly work on the shared data using the services, the computation, or whatever it is we provide the applications to work on shared data, so that we focus on the needs of research rather than on the need of service providers to have interoperable architectures. We believe that as it was mentioned earlier today, that it is important to have all the resources that are at institutions part of EOSC, because that is where the majority of the institutions are, even though there's a lot of impressive European resources available, those are only a sort of a drop in the ocean compared to how much resources are available across the research performing institutions. And so one way to allow that would be to, in the discussion of interoperability frameworks and in the rules of participation, to focus not just on compliance, but also and on rules for being part of the collaboration, but instead focus on guidelines for resource owners for what is it I have to do to make my resource compliant to EOSC, to make sure that my resource, if a researcher at my institution needs to share an institutional resource, it is ready to do that. It is ready to act with other resources in EOSC. It can work with EOSC resources. So compliance guidelines, and then help resource centers that can help making resources compliant to the EOSC architecture would really help leveraging not just the pan-European resources, but all the institutional resources. And then finally, we found that throughout the collaborations we have studied, good governance is really a key enabler for successful collaborations. The strong, long-lived collaborations are anchored in national initiatives. They're anchored in researcher needs or in institutions that are well understood and have a good stakeholder management that allow all the stakeholders to be part of the governance and to influence the direction of the initiatives that are going on, and how the research resources are provided, how the services are innovated and provisioned, and so on. So having a good governance practice and understanding how to do that is really important for improving cross-border collaboration. And we believe the Nordic and Baltic countries have lots to offer in all of these areas, and that if we follow these recommendations, we can improve Nordic and Baltic collaboration, but that we can also, through that, have a significant impact on how EOSC evolves. So those were my words.
Thank you, Lars. Any brief comments from the panels, or should we continue? I see John Rana is.
Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. I was missing one type of organization, which from my point of view is very successful, and those are those who are actually anchored at universities. And here I'm talking about, for instance, Nordic in Stockholm, it's Nordic in Reykjavik, and it's NIAS in Copenhagen, who's actually somehow governed within the university level, but it's paid. It's a Nordic institution. Do you have any comments on whether this could be a model for future collaboration? And they are politically somehow supported. They are created by politicians.
Right. I believe that, for example, IceCat is also an example of that. IceCat is anchored also at participating institutions. It's a collaborative effort, right? And those are very, very important, right? Because that was, again, what I said, there are many types of creating collaborations, many ways of doing that, and of govern them. One is this bottom-up approach where researchers and research groups and in institutions come together, create something, and develop it up from there. And then that needs to be supported. And the other model is where you at a policy level agree, we need to have a pan-Nordic network. We will create a incorporated entity and have it with shareholders and governed by ministers, and then you do it top down, right? Both of those approaches are really, really important because they create valuable things, and we can't just say one is good and the other is bad. We have to make sure that both can exist inside EOSC and can contribute.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, I will allow Lena Krøll Andersen from DIE to continue. Lena?
Yep. Thank you very much, Troels. I will try to take you through the EOSC-Nordic project, the highlights from the first 1.5 years. We are midway now, and yes, and this is on behalf of the whole EOSC-Nordic Project Management Board that I am presenting here. We are organized. Okay, there it was. We are organized as a flat pancake, you can say, in different work packages. That's how we like it in the Nordics. And the project contains around 200 participants, over 200 participants right now. So we are quite a large community working together as enablers of EOSC in our region. I will take you through the 6 work packages and the highlights that has been carried out within those teams. And just to give you an overview, we are kept on track by our International Advisory Board and our General Assembly. And then the operational management board is the project management board, and which we are guided by our executive board. So in work package 1, I want to highlight very few words. We are becoming cross-border colleagues, and this is, I think, is a crucial point in that lies within project management, administration, and finance, as we have explained it in our project applications once we did that part. But what we are doing in practice is we are building trust. We are building the prerequisites for working together and for working together in the same directions. And this is not only in the Nordic region, Nordic Baltic region, cross-border. This is cross institutions. This is also to the rest of Europe. This is towards the European Commissions. It's a broad collaboration, and it's nice that we can regionalize it as a first step here towards EOSC and getting to know our region and our settings and setups and establish an understanding and of how we are going to do this together. So that is work package 1. Work package 2 is led by CSC and headed by Majestina, as you know already. They have a focus. Work package 2 has a focus on the analysis of the landscape analysis on open science policies. What is the picture in the Nordics, and what does it look like? We need to understand each other's settings in order to be able to work together and make it interoperable. They have done analysis on the service delivery chains, as also led by Lars Fischer, and the relation to cross-border access. They have demonstrated through case studies and looked at legal issues from researchers' point of view. Done a good analysis on cross-border collaboration models in the Nordics and facilitating these discussions that we are having here today, setting the frame for open discussion, open and honesty, and being able to share what we are experiencing in the countries. And then we are, work package 2 is active participation in the EOSC sustainability discussions and engagement with a lot of stakeholders. Work package 3 is led by Thijs and is around the support to prospective EOSC service provider. The highlights from this first year has been to discovery of the e-infrastructure services in our region. So what services do we actually offer across, or do we actually offer in our countries? They have done an analysis on those regional services, looked at how are they compliant, are they mature enough, or how mature are they to be able to fit into an EOSC setting, and what does it require to make them interoperable in different scenarios. And then the work package 3 team has also built the first, has set the first building blocks of a regional EOSC enabling platform, and we are putting that in place. And this is some work that is being doing together with work package 6 as well. Work Package 4, which is led by Nike and Andreas Jonsson on fair data. They have been quite a hectic year, this first year, with a lot of hands-on service on 98 data repositories across the Nordic and Baltic region, being able to give an estimate of the uptake of FAIR in our region. They have had around 200 attendees across or attendees on webinars related around FAIR. They have provided specific support to selected repositories on both core trust seal certification and self-assessment, and also the verification of datasets and repository guidance. However, we still, as Andreas also has pointed out earlier, we are still weakly supported in communities, and this is something that we need jointly to work a lot more with. Work Package 5 is about to shine. They are already shining, because this is the work package that is our demonstrator. This is where we interlink to the real communities. So we try out the different tools that will be accessible through the EOSC portal. We put them into. We created some kind of a trust pilot. Does it work? Does it work in specific communities? And what are their experience? So one of the tools that has been tested has been the B2Find service. It's about discovery of data, and it has been successfully now integrated on some archaeology Nordic data. And so good experience from here. Other success stories. Remember, this is only initial. We have WP5 is just starting now, but nevertheless, they are now about to demonstrate these cross-border computing and analysis tools. And thanks to our Nordic Lumi colleagues, we have also now a pilot access to the Euro HPC that we try to interlink up to some of the data portal, Galaxy and Pluto F. So this looks very promising, and the Work Package 5 community has also linked up to the EOSC Live, and EOSC Live is a collaboration of 13 ESFRIs, where we have adopted the toolkit on the Galaxy portal, which is now being trained into the climate community. So really, we see here some EOSC fantastic examples here, and there are much more to come in this direction. Data management as well. We are working on cooperating RDA machine actionable data management plan schemas, which has also led to some improvement and development of data management support in the Galaxy portal for climate community as well. Sensitive data, as Lars also highlighted, is super important, and is something we can really do something about, show some best practices from the Nordic, because we are very dedicated to this area. And in EOSC-Nordic, which is one brick in a larger puzzle, is that we are now demonstrating metadata via JSON web tokens. And last but not least, VP6, our outreach work package, engagement, communication, and competence building, led by CSC and Minna Lappalainen. Here we are trying to build up and enable a Nordic Baltic EOSC enabling gateway. And this is where we need your input for sure. We have a lot of stakeholders that need to work together for a successful EOSC, and we need to teach them jointly or to teach us ourselves together somehow. And we are building it up around a concept that we call the Knowledge Hub. It was launched in the autumn, the preliminary bricks, and we are building it up slowly. So we would very much like to have inputs on this as well. So with these words, I will just say, let's practice our next steps together towards EOSC. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Are there any brief comments to Lena's presentation? Otherwise, I will go to the panel discussion.
I don't really have any. I mean, I would have things to say on each, but maybe we go through the panel so that it's probably more, a bit more comprehensive, because all of the three I think had very valid points and very, very good sort of pointers. But I think we can probably take it as part of the bigger panel discussion.
Sure. Well, then let me start by asking a question which is also relates to a question that has come up in the chat. We have talked a lot about in EOSC and in EOSC-Nordic about the service providers' incentives for providing services cross-border. And certainly there's a discussion on cost recovery or any kind of business model for that. Asking you, what is the incentive for public funders or institutional leaders to provide services across borders? Are there any, and what may they be? As I think it was Per-Ola who mentioned that in the one of the starting presentations, and what EOSC-Nordic has highlighted is that there really is no integration of cross-border sharing of resources into the national service provision system. And in fact, one trend that I can see is that as more and more resource provision move into the realm of national orchestration, the less the possibility it is for the individual scientists to actually share resources across borders. So over to you. Who would like to start? What is the incentive for public funders to provide services across borders?
I think I can make a comment on this because we are a public funder from our side. So basically, the way I sort of look at it is there are some cheap services which have a very low marginal cost for every new user. And for those, I think it's a no-brainer that those should be provided across borders. It's great PR. The institutions are usually interested because it could lead to more collaborations for them. I think all the incentives are there for those services to already be cross-border. Where it gets harder is, where these services actually incur some cost to the service provider. And there, I think it will be a question of whether this cross-border financing mechanism could work. So what have we done on our end? So we're currently planning the investments for the next period. And for some of the open science EOSC money, we've basically earmarked it for services through some international marketplace. So we're hoping that maybe EOSC marketplace could be a quality filter, but most likely there will be some legal issues. So it remains to be seen how we can design this legally. But we are already thinking in this direction, that basically we would procure services across borders.
Thank you, Alexander. Other comments?
Well, I could continue that because obviously the Commission as well, we are mainly the public funder and of course from a different perspective than from national one, even though we're trying to take that into account. I think the points that have been raised in general are very valid, about the resource sharing, especially when you're talking about consumable resources, somebody has paid for them. So what is then the mechanism of making sure that the national investment is paying off? I think from the EU perspective, the whole sort of running idea behind EOSC is that we would have a higher EU level service provision data infrastructure that would actually benefit all researchers a little bit more widely than probably those who, if you think of national silos, some are, let's put it very black and white, better served than the others. Clearly, all the other issues, then what comes to it, because it's not within our remit, to start, of course, dictating to the national member states or member states and the national funders, how how they should put those national investments to everybody at their disposal. That's a discussion that still needs to happen, even though, as you might sort of consider, of course, this is the model how EU works. Everything has been a national resource from the beginning. Not only these resources, but all the resources have been national, and little by little they have been transferred to the EU programs, for example, our big research and innovation program, so that actually at the EU level that leveraging will happen. Now, what comes to those hurdles, if you start thinking from sort of grassroots level of how can we start sharing and between national funders, of course, you've heard of our it's not really a masterpiece, but at least it's better than nothing, our virtual access cost model, which is, within our projects that we fund, that those access costs, there is a cost sort of provisioning model that then can be costed back to the EU as an eligible cost for those projects. So maybe these kind of things, and maybe probably more suited if you want to probably start within the regional context to start thinking of what could be this kind of cost sharing model between those countries that are ready to try it out. I mean, I think you need to quite define quite well, which those resources are, pilot it and see how it is, because as soon as money needs to move, clearly that's when the hurdles start, because it's national funding. So I'm in general about the presentations about the Nordic collaboration. Clearly, I have a little bit my own background at stake as well. I'm Nordic as well, even though my surname is Italian. It could be Finnish, actually, by the way, for all those Finnish speakers who are actually laughing there. My surname is something pretty funny in Finnish. But I think this collaboration model is sort of innate, in Nordic countries. It's something which is always taken for granted, that there is cooperation, maybe, and it's somehow, even for me, it sometimes looks like things are so easy. Always with Nordic countries, with Nordic players, that it just seems that there is this sort of, there's less rivalry and there is more cooperation. Maybe this is the kind of method. Of course there are cultural differences. If you go to other areas of Europe, there might be that the collaboration doesn't look the same because it has sort of different attributes, but still people collaborate as well. So I think more widely these different practices are shared, and also sort of really already starting to identify the problems as you have and sharing those. I think a lot of people will be interested in looking, because I remember when this project took off together with the other project that were funded from the same calls, I found it very interesting to see this sort of collaborate, and also touching issues that others have not been touching. For example, the sensitive data and the licensing, because those are the things that are easy to leave aside at this point. You don't really need to deal with these issues. So in a way, I think this Nordic collaboration can probably be quite pioneer also in bringing these kind of issues to the table and start proposing initial solutions.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this?
I think it is important that you start with a public funded sharing, because it's part of the open science agenda. And as we have discussed, when it comes to funding, it's big hurdles. So why just start with the public sharing? Because we can make good examples doing that.
Okay, thank you. Then a follow-up question would be that we struggle with finding the motivation of service providers to do cross-border collaboration, but certainly some scientists, or even a lot of scientists, have incentive to work together across borders, and that will be more and more data-driven. Are we looking at the wrong people when we sort of ask who should be the driver of this collaboration? Because you could also say that the service layer should do what the scientists need, and if they need cross-border collaboration, they should fix it. Was that too simple a question? John Arne?
I think you answered the question yourself. And just to come back to what Sverker Holmgren was saying this morning, I mean, this is driven by research. It should be concentrated around researchers and on their needs. So I think the way you phrased it is that there will be much more international collaboration, and it's not just within Europe, but across much wider global collaboration. And I think that's one of the things we should start to think about already. I mean, we start to build up laws and rules and regulations and things like that, which is very much European centric. But we might come into a situation where we get into a deadlock. So just some type of warning I'm saying here. Listen to the researchers. They're doing collaboration with China. They're doing it with the US, and be careful not to create rules, regulations, and laws which prevents that.
But just a follow-up question, John, doesn't it require that the funders sort of mandate the service providers to actually provide resources for cross-border collaboration?
I don't know what you mean by mandating. It's a question of costs. It's a question of cost sharing all the way. I mean, somebody has to pay for it, and you have to find out how you're actually organizing how you send the bill. It might be an international organization we want to do, where we actually pay into it, who then organizes the cost sharing. I don't think we should send bills across borders between universities or even organizations. That is very, very heavy, and there's a lot of chance of frauds by sending bills around.
I think it's very important, this question, because if the service provider will be able to survive, they have to start. Science is cross-border. We can't lock in science within the nations. So we have to find ways for the service providers to make it cross-border. And then funding is a really very important question as well. But I think we must follow the researchers, as we have said. We can't build bricks around the science.
And I think to a large extent, the issue is really quite urgent. I'm the National Open Science Coordinator in Finland, and the lack of understanding of shared licenses and access to repositories are issues that are turning researchers against open science. They are seen as barriers instead of enablers. When you look at the requirements for FAIR, for example, and I think this is something we really need to put our effort into now to try to resolve this before it gets any more complicated for the researchers and becomes a hurdle for open science practices to take root.
I think I can relate to that, and I agree with that, because I think it's a little bit the problem. It's the same problem if you in other domains. I mean, in sharing open educational resources in education in general, that's a big problem, because, you know, let's put it to a really small context. Teachers will not know what they should share because they're not sure about the rights and the licenses, so they actually prefer not to share, which is safer. And they also don't need, you know, it's not like an extra incentive that I can keep it for myself. So for the researchers, I think obviously if they're happy with what they have and they can say, of course they see it could be more, but obviously they are busy being researchers. They are not busy finding solutions for cross-border service provision. And I think, you know, if we ideally want things to flow, it really, you know, should not be their job. You know, it should be somebody solving this problem, so that you as a researcher, you know, can have access to those, you know, services which are available, and you see you are guided through them. You know, there's, you know, all this we know, even at the level of consumer electronics, you know, how actually, you know, we are being suggested things, or we're being, you know, people know about us much more than we know. So if that can be done in commercial world, I'm sure it can be done also in this context, of course. But my point is saying that the researcher has to be in the center, and they have to be really, the researcher's needs is really the core of the business, and is also actually in a way the solution as well, because any service provider who gets clear indication of what are the researchers' needs, someone will provide the service. But if there is no clear articulation of those needs from the researchers, from the cross-border research collaboration partners, so to say, that we can't do this, can somebody provide this service at that level, somebody would start looking at it. So I'm not sure, clearly I'm not that close to your world in national context and this, but I mean, I think it's sometimes there's this thinking of sort of researchers say, okay, this is what we need, and the service providers think this is what okay, we've built that then. But on the other hand, sometimes the researchers also, when they articulate the need, somebody might actually build something right. Well, if that is need, that is your need, this is actually what you need, but you need this, so to say. I think so there has to be sort of much more sort of articulated, channels of this sort of requirements and needs solicitation from different kind of research groupings that can then be actually answered by the service providers that are out there. And I'm thinking how it could be done. Clearly, if you stay within the public remit, it has to be something that has to happen between the public actors, so the funders at national level who fund those services, and probably the EU level funders as well. Clearly, it's not something that we can consider that we can solve tomorrow, because these are all kind of, because a lot of things are linked to it. But I think unless there is like sort of clear articulation of these needs at least cross-border national level or even at the EU level, it's not as visible as you actually might think from the perspective of a researcher or from national context. So I think it's always a good idea to make a bit too much noise, not on too little, because you will never get all of it. The 100% you will never get. So if you shout very loudly, 100 decibel, you people hear you at 50 decibel, and this is probably what you get. But I think I think the time is right for this kind of discussions as well, because of all these stakeholder, different kind of initiatives, the whole of the EOSC train, the way it's been built until now, and of course it's not ready yet, but it has departed the station in one way. So I think, and as I said, from the perspective of the Nordic collaboration, because sort of the baseline is so good, for this kind of joint articulation of these needs, etc. And sometimes even those who can make the decisions and can take those decisions on your behalf actually often like to be presented, have, already some solutions. See what I mean? So it's a little bit bringing these problems to a higher level or to a visible level is one thing, but if you bring the problem with a proposed solution, it has a better chance to fly. So because it's always easy to raise issues and raise problems and then expect that someone solves them. But if already a lot of thinking goes into, okay, we've really thought about it, and this is, we think how it could be solved, I think people will hear differently, because then it's like, oh, okay, there's already a sort of a solution idea there. Let's try it out. And I think this is sort of probably sometimes easier for let's say, for these actors that are maybe not so close to the actual need articulators to take it up and say, okay, there's this need and this is proposed solution, and I think we can work on that basis. So,
okay, thank you.
I'm not sure if I'm very clear, but
yeah, I think this is probably one of the things that we should highlight, or maybe we can do at Nordic level, be more specific about the user needs, and relating to some of the things that were also said earlier. If we need to start with the scientists' needs, there's clearly a very large distinction between some user groups and other user groups in their cross-border and digital preparedness. So is this one of the areas that we should focus on? I mean, is this some of the areas that could be developed at a Nordic level? John?
John, you're muted.
I'm not muted any longer. It's a very good idea. to make a catalog of problems and to make sure that you understand the some more background for the problem, whether it's technical, is it mistrust? Because very often when we do rules and regulation, it's because we don't trust each other. And Lene was talking about trust and building up trust among us. I think it would be a very good idea to find out what is the origin and work on it. And I think many of the cross-border problems would be solved. We have examples, for instance, the Nordic Data Grid Facility, which was a cross-border instrument for high-energy physics. There were no problems. We didn't discuss all these issues of whether we could do things across, and that's even a global issue. So I think a catalog is fine.
And why hasn't that happened until now? Okay, I think Henrika, you had your hand raised. Henrika? Oh, she left. Okay. There was also this point that was touched upon about harmonization. Certainly when we see things relating to GDPR, but also to EPR or even now dual use, which is data applicable for peaceful and military purposes. There's export licensing issues. What are the, what does it say? There was a mentioning before that many times, if in doubt, be restrictive. And since more and more people get more and more in doubt, things tend to become more and more restrictive. Is there a need for harmonization of legislation or legal practices, and what can we do at a Nordic level?
Well, I can maybe give a little example on this. So right now there's a committee within the Latvian Parliament that are introducing a data secondary use piece of legislation. Basically, the idea is to reuse health data for research. And they are doing visits in FinData and basically policy copying the system which is in Finland. And I think sort of having this approach of because in Latvia, a lot of these areas are new areas which we're developing, for us at least, just copying what already exists on the national level in the Nordics. I think that's definitely one way forward. And then obviously, as you exchange information and do site visits with those organizations, then and with other legislators, then you also think about mechanisms for how to create an ecosystem that goes beyond borders.
I think it's really good to start with the Nordic countries, that we can collaborate on these legislative things and give examples to Europe, because it's good to start solving things in the small and then make it bigger. So I think it's really good if you could do things within the Nordic and Baltic countries together.
Yeah, and I think one thing is about, not everybody needs to have a new vision. I mean, you can adapt somebody's vision, and that actually works sometimes better than, it's not like everybody is expected to reinvent the wheel and come up with their own solutions. So if you have a clear presentation of the vision and you say, how are we going to get there? People are happy to adopt it. Of course, like the Latvian example, you might want to copy it one-to-one. And then start seeing, if there are any issues. But it's always good to have this, because people clearly, they're always taking us for good ideas and how to, for sure, stem from a background of from a real need that has been identified, and the other stakeholders can identify them with those. So I see there's a question on the Q&A about the procurement, public procurement on EOS core and exchange.
Maybe
Anka, if you want me to comment that shortly.
Anka, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's quite a long question, but I will read it. So in the draft Horizon Europe Research Infrastructure Work Program, EOSC Core and Exchange are expected to move from the grant-based approach to public procurement organized by the EC in 2023. Do you expect that public service providers will be working together to resolve legal and financial challenges in the participating and submitting bids to continue their offerings? To Nordic and Baltic service providers, how do you feel on this? Will you be working in this direction? Lena, please go ahead. It was addressed to you first, and then the others can answer.
Yeah. I mean, from our perspective, clearly we're behind that that work program and the text there, and I've explained it to many occasions. There's the logic behind, because we funded EOSC throughout the Horizon 2020 through different research innovation grants, and if you compare to the rest of the framework program, the part of research infrastructure is already often financing really operational services, and they're sort of sharing across Europe. So it's a bit of a different kind of research and innovation problem that you would find in other parts, like in the light part of the problem. So therefore, I mean, at this point, we consider that moving to another mode, which would be public procurement by the EU, in order to have actually an EOSC platform and a service of and data sharing a platform, of course, for all the member states. So of course we don't keep it for ourselves, but and this is also why we wanted to do it as public procurement, because we do not want somebody to owe it as such, but so that it actually owed jointly by Europe. You know, this sort of next stage of EOSC, putting it really in practice. So clearly there. And we've already started to discuss as well with member states of, like, you know, who are the potential bidders? You know, who would go for this? You know, is there enough sort of effort at the national level to organize national actors behind, so that they could actually respond to this bid? And actually, many of the problems that have been said here today, starting from resource sharing, governance, licenses, and how to share the consumable resources and how to cost them, clearly are a little bit behind it. So this public procurement is due 2022. So it's still another 1.5 years from now. And we have another stage before we actually launch it. So we have the EOSC Future project that was also rightly mentioned there, which is sort of stepping a little bit the way towards what it could be. But really, I mean, it is challenging also all the actors in the area of thinking differently. You know, how can we actually jointly provide this to all Europe, all actors in the EOSC landscape? And how can we respond to this bid? Because everybody has now learned, obviously, how to respond to the bids for the research and innovation actions or calls that are there as grant-based. And we do think that the community is ready for this kind of joint bidding as well. Of course, it is public procurement, so it's not, you know, we cannot close it to certain type of actors only. But I think it's as such, it is a very interesting way of seeing as well what is the maturity and the real intentions behind, you know, sharing. Because, you know, when it comes to sort of declaration level, everybody's ready to share. But when it really comes to thinking how can this work in practice, it's obviously some issues start coming up. So, but I would be interested in hearing also from the other panelists and from the other members in this call or in this webinar. So that how do you see, you know, the sort of maturity and the level of the ability to organize yourselves as well behind this kind of bids.
Thank you, Lena.
I'm not sure if everybody knows what I'm talking about, but since, you know, it was raised, it is the public procurement for EOSC, which is going to be published soon in the work program of 21-22.
Okay, thank you, Lena. Anka, you had another question in the Q&A?
Unless the other panelists would like to add something to this question. If not, I can ask the next one. No? Okay, so Richard Dennis is asking what kind of funding model the provider should have so that they will be able to provide their services across border. Who would like to start?
I think this is one of the big discussions that we haven't solved yet. I think that is really one of the main problems we have to discuss within EOSC, how to solve this. So it will be an advisory group working on it that we will be starting in a couple of months from the EOSC Association.
And I was there as well say that it's a very European thing to think things first through and then act. So we see it in all areas. I mean, we see it, I don't like to make comparison between the US and the EU because it's got two completely different animals, but obviously the spirit is a bit different, you know. Here we are ready to, you know, just level off all the risk and, you know, really think everything through. And when we are ready to go, the train has already passed often. You know, we're actually replicating something that somebody took as a risk. So I think sometimes there has to be some risk taking as well. And I think, you know, bringing it into discussion of public funders and public authorities and member states, when you start talking about risk, people start, you know, basing on, you know, getting off, you know, looking at other directions. So, but I think in order to really make head start, I think sort of the sort of thinking should be also sort of where do we want to end and where, and then start sort of, you know, backward engineering there. So like, okay, if in 2 years time we want to be in that point, where should we start? What is the way to get there? Because it's especially in this community where people are quite passionate and they are quite sort of also ready to hold on to little, you know, sort of the corner of the so-called EOSC world. It's sometimes, you know, discussions have to happen, but at a certain point, there has to be some decisions made as well, and some sort of commitments. Are we going to go for it? Are we going to do it? And this is something which there's a lot of energy in these kind of discussions as well. Then when people actually start seeing like, okay, we're getting a little bit away from our comfort zone, we actually have to commit to something. We have to actually say that let's try it out. And even we might be the laughing stock for everybody if it doesn't work, but let's try it. And I think in that way, again, sort of the Nordic Baltic collaboration could be one of those areas where people are actually quite ready, since the collaboration is such a given already. That I think this is the kind of environment, these kind of risks can be taken and can be said, okay, we give it a try on a smaller scale. Let's do a pilot this thing and let's give results. And okay, there might be that there are some issues, but at least we've given it a try. And I think that accompanied to the discussions that happen, for example, at the EOSC Association at the EU level or through the partnership, you know, there's the European partnership now on EOSC as well. Bringing these kind of experiments and these kind of discussions and real sort of breakthroughs as well can eventually also push the others to the same direction. So, you know, being sort of catalysts of this kind of thinking, like, okay, we can actually move ahead and we can take, you know, some baby steps towards real solutions already, rather than thinking things through for the next 3 years. You know, because it's easy to write reports, but when you have to actually then put those in practice, it's much more difficult. So this is sort of my little, you know, two stars and a wish for the Nordic collaboration. And maybe you can take this risk kind of thinking a bit forward and take it like, okay, we're going to show how this can be done, regardless of even if we would fail. So I don't know what the others think, but I think it's sort of,
thank you.
As I said, especially for younger researchers.
I think we have a question from a comment from Henriette Muste over. Yeah.
Thanks. I've been wondering, particularly when I was listening to Lars Fischer's recommendations as we started the panel, we have a lot of goodwill and trust, which is obviously worth its weight in gold in collaboration in the Nordic and the Baltic. At the same time, there is huge complexity. I can see EOSC development there's a risk that it diverts from other national open science activities and initiatives and policy making if we're not careful. Have you thought within this project of a model of how we can keep collaborating and how can we tackle the sort of issues, establishing rules and policies and licenses? I'm really looking at the structure level. As I said, I'm a national coordinator in Finland. I know Alexandra said that you are the de facto national coordinator in Latvia. We've tried in CONOS to get national coordinators to do more work together, but then the national coordinators are often separate from EOSC. And the complexity, is there a model in the making on how can we do what Lena was saying to start taking the risks and moving things forward with at least an awareness of what's happening in different parts of the landscape?
So Troels, if you would allow me to respond to that very quickly. So actually I'd like to respond to two things here, right? Because there was this notion of taking risks, right? And I've been part of the Nordic network collaboration for far too many years. And one of the things that started NordGNet and got NordGNet very successful is that we took risks initially, right? We decided to do things together that we do as a single country. And create a network using new technology and sort of bet on things to go certain ways. And also we decided that to come up with this, at the time, fairly radical idea in these collaborations, that we wouldn't be single national member state members of a European collaboration, but we would be represented as a region within that. So we approached this in a regional way. So we took a lot of risks and it has worked very well, right? So I think the reason that could happen, and that comes back to your question, is that there was an informal collaboration that has already been created by practitioners coming together and discussing and presenting, and we are doing this, we are facing this problem, we are trying this, it's not working, and so going back and forth across that. So it comes back to personal network, right? And understanding who are the people who are doing these things in the countries, understanding their challenges and understanding their motivations and the way they like to approach the specific problem. And I think one of the lasting impacts of a project such as EOSC-Nordic can very well be that we create a stronger person network, a people network of people who do policy, who know each other, and maybe, you know, create forums where we get together once every 6 months and present to each other what we're doing, update each other on what is happening, workshops such as this one, right? Because I think that is part of the foundation for taking risks together, is that we understand what is happening in Finland, what is happening in Latvia, what is happening in Sweden, and can see opportunities together and say we can bet on this because it is it has a foundation in all the countries. So I think that is part of the answer here, is really a very soft thing about leveraging this Nordic tradition for talking to each other and sort of formalizing a little bit so we create the forums where that talking can happen, and then using that as a springboard to create the institutions we need if we need institutions, right? Because we don't always need institutions. We should remember that it's nice to have an institution like NordGNet, but it's also very heavy-handed to have an incorporated entity where each ministry of research or whoever it is for funding or agency has to be a shareholder and have general assemblies and appoint board members and all of that, right? It's a lot of overhead, right? So you want to do the soft thing where you don't need a lot of institutions when you can, and then create institutions when it's beneficial, right? And I think that starts with understanding each other and having the forums for collaboration. When we have the Nordic Council of Ministers, lots of places where we can leverage and create those forums for talking to each other.
Thank you, Lars. Just a comment to that, because I mean, what we need to avoid is to have too many technicians and coordinators like me doing the networking. It has to be the actual scientist that needs to do it. John Rana had a comment.
Thank you. A very important question is, if you want to take a risk, you have to find out on behalf of who and what are you prioritizing. When you take a risk, there's something you don't do. And what I'm afraid of, that in Europe for the moment, we are somehow diverging in the work on open science, also on EOSC. We have, what is it, 48 university networks under UN. We have, University of Copenhagen is a member of LERO. There are many, many things. So I'm afraid that we somehow are going to split ourselves into pieces if we don't start to make a real organization and saying what is it actually that EOSC-Nordic is doing, and then concentrate on a few things. I see what I've seen today, a wide spectrum of everything essentially, and that's very good. There's nothing in that which should not be done. But looking at the European landscape, many people are doing the same thing, and maybe even coming to slightly different conclusions. So I would somehow, for the future of EOSC-Nordic, if it should be a live project after 2023 or whenever it stops, think about what is actually the most three important things to work on, and then go through with those and let other people look at other things. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Alexander had a comment.
Yeah, I have a brief comment on the previous question, basically about cooperation among policymakers and informal networks. So I think that at least for us, we have plenty of fora for this coordination among policy networks. So for example, CONOSC, ERA, various other fora. So de facto in Latvia, basically we have one person working with research infrastructures and one person working with open science. So there's only so many kind of informal or formal networks we can be a part of. I think definitely one direction to work on is just have more resources for policymakers to know what's going on in other countries. So here, for example, there's the OECD STIP Compass, which is a database where you can just look at various countries' open science policies, or basically any area, any policy within for research. And then have this informal networking for service providers and for users of the services. I see much more value of that, at least for us, just because there's many more people who work for the service providers and end users that could benefit from this networking.
Thank you, Alexander. And I think we need to wrap up now. It has been a stimulating discussion. I hope also for the attendees that you have gotten something out of it. Are there any brief, quick comments? I see Lena.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to start.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
not you, Lena.
Because Lena Danish. Lena, go ahead.
You're muted, Lena.
Thank you. So just a quick comment, as speaking on behalf of the EOSC-Nordic project, I see us as I see the project and the whole community that is working in the Nordic region towards EOSC as we are EOSC enablers, and we are there to look at existing tools and to evaluate if they can be adopted across border, and making gear ourselves up for EOSC and that collaboration. And I think this is a dynamic, perhaps we are saying the same thing, but I also want to highlight that this is a dynamic exercise. So right now we are helping each other as colleagues to onboard services. There will be the next step, perhaps to integrate the services to get use of the EOSC catalog that is being built up. We have a lot to learn just by each other, by looking at each other. And I think what you said, Henrika, about could we work around national open science policies in these things? I think definitely yes, we can. But I think some of the issues lies within our countries first. We need to establish the organization and the understanding of the many stakeholders that we have that are engaging in EOSC, and firstly create collaboration around that. I know you have good setups in Finland, and where you have cross-stakeholders forum working together on EOSC, and I think that is something we can be inspired from, definitely, and then being built up in a region and then in a complete EOSC. Yeah, I think I will stop there. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely final comment from Lina Munari.
Yes, sorry. I think, focus is good. And then just what Henrika was saying, I think grassroots is good, or sort of informal collaboration is good, but don't forget the establishment. The establishment is always there, and sooner you establish clear links with the focus to the so-called establishment. I'm talking about the EOSC Association, all these things that from the Nordic perspective might look like what Henrika was saying, that is diverging a bit, for open science coordination, and EOSC is not hand in hand to just take the bull from its horns and just go there and say, like, this is what we are, and this is our three things, and how do we fit together? So I think it's very important.
Thank you. I don't know, Wilhelm, you will take the final comment.
Thank you. Well, I think one final comment is, this is really, we're talking about from the researcher's perspective. One thing that is really important, I think, is that the Nordic and Baltic University join the EOSC Association. We are very few today that have joined the association. If we would like to continue to do the good work from EOSC-Nordic, join the association and work for the researchers. Thank you.
Thank you. What an excellent closing remark. I think this panel session is now closed, and I'll give the word to Ilmaz and Martina. Thank you very much to the panelists.
Thank you, all panelists. So I would like to then pass floor to Martina for closing remarks.
Thank you, Ilmaz. Well, first of all, thank you all the panelists here and all the speakers today, and panelists in the morning session and presenters there. It has been a really fruitful discussion throughout the day, and this is really what I love about EOSC-Nordic project and the discussions we have around it, that we have these very open and straightforward relations, so we can really discuss these issues. Maybe I could share a few remarks from today. I will look at a bit on my notes. Well, clearly there is a need to continue the discussion and coordinate our views on EOSC development and EOSC related matters. What I pointed out from the morning session was that there seemed to be a shared view that a culture change is needed in various perspectives. There was a discussion on how to enable cross-border research and how to enable EOSC. There was a mention that to a certain level this needs to happen from top down, and there needs to be organizational support, but of course this is a shared responsibility and all levels are needed. What has been clear throughout the day is that researchers and research performing organizations need to be in the discussions, because these are the enablers of sustainable EOSC, and these are the places where research is actually done. So these should be, researchers need to be in the center. I think we can all agree on that. There has been a lot of discussion about incentives, which is clear that this is incentives from various perspectives are important when we want to establish cross-border collaboration. In the morning session, we talked about interoperability in a broader sense. What was noted there was that, in fact, legal interoperability seems to be the one of the most important ones to solve. But after all, throughout these discussions, there seems to be an agreement that there is an opportunity to do things at Nordic and Baltic level, as we have a strong basis for that. And in some cases, in the morning session, it was mentioned that when we act together, we can actually be stronger and have a richer portfolio if we talk about services. But of course, this includes also the notion of afternoon as well, that we can learn from each other, and we can through the collaboration we can exchange views. We can even copy things that the others are doing and do them even better. And in the afternoon, it was also, we talked a lot about raising the voices, and there was a view that Nordic and Baltic players can actually provide inputs to the very difficult issues that there are in the development of EOSC, and provide good input there. I will close here. We will produce a report on this event, and the presentations and recording will be available on EOSC-Nordic website. One thing I noted in one of the discussions today, one sentence, it was that we in Europe have the political underpinning for creating EOSC in Europe, and it was also mentioned that especially in the Nordic and Baltics, this is the case. I will close with this. And Ilmars, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Maija-Stina. It was really nice workshop. I would like to thank all participants, all presenters, also panelists, for such an interesting discussion. And I find it was very valuable discussion. And I liked very much in Lene's, one of the last these slides in her presentation, was the picture where small kid is raising up and becoming adult. I think it happens also with all of us, because we can't start immediately some things. We have to go step by step. And I hope that some of these solutions, what we discussed today, may be implemented in future. So thank you all, and especially the technical team who prepared all this workshop, and Troils who created this Zoom technical things here, what is needed. So thank you very much and looking forward to meeting you in next workshops. Thank you.